All right, good evening. Welcome to the Zoning Board of Adjustment meeting for the City of Portsmouth for Tuesday, November the 16th, 2021. This will be, as it stands right now, our only meeting for this evening, but we do have a pretty full agenda with 8 items to consider this evening. So in accordance with the city manager's requests and in light of deteriorating situation in terms of COVID cases in our state of New Hampshire, I do ask that those of you who are seated in the audience, please be respectful of others and ideally wear your mask. It is a request, not a requirement, but would appreciate that. Understand that it is kind of difficult to talk through your mask. Certainly if you're coming up as a presenter and you're by yourself, understandable if you wish to remove your mask to be absolutely clear as you're presenting information here to the board. All right, so to start off this evening, we do allow participation by remote means for the meeting as well. So I will turn it over to Mr. Stiff to explain to folks how they can participate in tonight's meeting remotely.
And actually, for the first time, we don't have anyone attending right now, but if they are out there listening and eventually join the Zoom call and would like to participate in the public hearing, please just use the raise hand icon on the Zoom call, and we will wait to be called on, and then we will unmute you so that you can participate and express your comments for that particular item.
Thank you. All right, so for those who are present here this evening, as well as any who might join us remotely, just to go over our normal requirements here that are captured in our board rules and regulations. If you are a presenter this evening, that is to say someone who is either an applicant or representing an applicant for a case, we allow 15 minutes for that presentation. If you feel that the information that you need to provide requires more than 15 minutes, we do ask that you ask for additional time prior to speaking, and the board will take up the matter to determine if the additional time is deemed to be warranted. Similarly, those who are here to speak from the public this evening, we request that public commentary be kept to 5 minutes or less. If you feel that you need more than 5 minutes to provide all the information that you think the board should understand about your thoughts on a particular application, there is an opportunity for additional commentary, so I will ask for those who wish to speak in favor, those who wish to speak opposed, and the last category is those who wish to speak to, for, or against. If you wish to come back up during to, for, or against, you may provide additional commentary beyond the 5 minutes. However, we do require that that commentary remain germane to the case at hand, and if not, I might have to ask to have you sit down or mute you if you're joining us remotely. So with that, I think that covers everything that we have for our rules, and look forward to everyone's support in that. So our first item of business this evening is the approval of minutes. So we have the minutes from our last meeting, which took place on October the 19th, 2021. I'll open up to board members. Are there any comments or corrections to the minutes that were provided? Ms. Margeson, go ahead.
Just my name, Beth, not Elizabeth.
Okay.
That's already been corrected. Kim said she caught it.
Okay, understood. Any other comments or corrections? All right, with that, I will, is there a motion regarding the minutes from October the 19th?
Move to approve.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McDonnell. All right, it's been moved and seconded to accept the minutes. I'll just do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right, the minutes for October the 19th are approved. All right, with that, we will open up our first item of old business that we have this evening. Actually, this is sort of old business because it's been a couple months since this has come before us. All right, so this is a request of Ashley Dickerson and Elise Hombecker, owners, for the property located at 125 Elwyn Avenue. Relief is needed to demolish an existing garage and rear addition on a main structure and construct a new garage with dwelling unit above and reconstruct the rear addition on the main structure to include 2 shed dormers. This requires the following: variances from section 10.521 to allow a lot area per dwelling of 2,559 square feet, where 7,500 is required. A 1-foot secondary front yard where 15 feet is required. A 5-foot left side yard where 10 feet is required. A 2-foot right side yard where 10 feet is required. And 39% building coverage where 25% is the maximum allowed. Also requires a variance from section 10.513 to allow more than 1 freestanding dwellings on a lot. And a variance from section 10.321 to allow a non-conforming building or structure to be extended, reconstructed, or enlarged without conforming to the requirements of the ordinance. This property is shown on Assessor Map 112 as Lot 47 and lies in the General Residence A district. Who is here to speak on behalf of this petition? Please come forward.
Good evening. Good evening, Board of Adjustment Committee. My name is Elise Hombacher, and I'm here today with my husband, Ashley Dickinson, to request variance relief from 125 Elwyn Avenue. Currently, a 2-family dwelling that we would like to renovate and move into. We currently live in Portsmouth and have lived here since 2013. To give you some context about our requests, the current lot is a 2-family where both dwellings are in the main structure. We are requesting to relocate one of these dwellings above a new garage, which would serve as a really great option for our parents to be close to us as they get older. We are also requesting to dormer the 3rd story of the home. We presently have to duck awkwardly under the roofline while climbing the stairs to access the 3rd floor. We plan to raise a family in this home, and utilizing the 3rd floor space will enable the home to be more useful for our growing needs. The existing house has a bump out that was built after the initial construction of the home. This bump out was not thoughtfully incorporated into the rest of the home. It is wider than the originally built structure and looks as though it was built as a form of egress for the 2nd unit, which is on the 2nd floor. It was also poorly constructed with a foundation that has sunk, and it's unattractive. We are requesting to remove the current bump out and reconstruct it so that it will be structurally sound, more attractive, and consistent with the characteristic of the neighborhood. We are also requesting to demolish the current garage and build a new garage. The current garage's frame sits on dirt, is in poor condition, and an eyesore. Additionally, it is dimensionally challenging for the needs of modern-day vehicles. With that context in mind, I'd like to address the 5 criteria in our request for seeking variances that the chair mentioned earlier. 1, the variances will not be contrary to the public interest. The proposed improvements to the home will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. The neighborhood is characterized by New Englander style homes that were built in the late 1800s and early 1900s, and later improved with dormers as well as outbuildings like garages and sheds to keep up with the evolving needs of homeowners. Our home is also a New Englander style home. This neighborhood, which is in the GRA, can be characterized as moderately dense. The variances requested will not be contrary to the public interest, as we are keeping the current residential New Englander structure. The proposed project will match the character of the surrounding buildings and are of similar coverage and size. The variances will enable us to improve the function of a distressed home and improve public safety with a new garage. The increase in building coverage is primarily associated with the garage at the rear of the property. The larger garage will not result in an overcrowding of the land or give the property an overly dense appearance when viewed in the context of the neighborhood. Because the garage is on a dead-end street, it's on McNabb Court, it is currently not very visible from Elwyn Avenue. 2, the variances are consistent with the spirit of the ordinance. The proposed project preserves the spirit of the ordinance, which seeks to create a more livable single-family residence by relocating the existing 2nd dwelling above the garage and preserves the character of the neighborhood. The New Englanders in this neighborhood are mostly single-family dwellings, and we propose to turn the home back into a single-family dwelling. The open space is still largely preserved. The scale of the project is well in line with other surrounding properties. Our next-door neighbor at 137 Elwyn is one such example. A more recent example is the finished project at 88 Lincoln Avenue. 3. Substantial justice is done by granting the variance. Substantial justice will be done by granting the variances as we intend to improve a home and garage that is in distress. Granting these requested variances does not come at the expense of our neighbors. We have shared our plan with some of our neighbors who have expressed their support. In fact, many neighbors have approached us to express their interest in seeing the garage demolished and rebuilt. You'll see in the application packet that there are a couple of letters of support from neighbors. All of the proposed setbacks are either slightly improved or remain the same. 4, granting the variance will not diminish the value of surrounding properties. The values of the surrounding properties won't be diminished as the aesthetic will match the existing home and other properties. The current garage is an eyesore, and a newly constructed garage will only support the value of the surrounding properties. And 5, and perhaps most importantly, special conditions exist such that literal enforcement of the ordinance results in unnecessary hardship. Our lot is a non-conforming 2-family residence with 2 front yard setbacks in the GRA, which makes it inherently unique. We have 2 front yard setbacks because our property is uniquely situated on a through lot in between Elwyn Avenue and McNabb Court, a dead-end street that consists of 4 homes. Currently, the building coverage is at 34%, and we are requesting 38.3%, where several of the surrounding homes have coverage at either 40 or well over 40%. It is worth noting that if the lot were conforming at 7,500 square feet, we would be building on 26.1% of the lot. The modest increase in building coverage enables us to preserve much of the home that currently exists, and it makes the property more consistent with the surrounding properties while keeping within the density goals of the GRA zoning district. To conclude, I believe that we have demonstrated that the proposed project meets the 5 criteria for granting each of the variances requested. We respectfully request that you are in support of our application. Also, my husband is here to maybe talk a little bit with you about the drawings, and our architect Hubert Craw is here with us tonight, should you have any specific questions about these drawings. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ashley Dickinson. I thought it might be useful to go through some of the drawings to see if you had any questions, maybe starting with page number 2.
So what we typically do is just present whatever information that you're looking for us to understand, and then
Okay.
we'll open up to the board to have questions for you.
Great.
So I don't know if there's anything additional you want to talk about on the drawings? Or?
No, it's regarding the drawings, so if you have questions, just let us know.
All right, great, thank you. All right, so before we do open up questions, I do want to validate, we have one of our members excused this evening. That leaves us with 8 members sitting this evening. We have a couple of recusals, but for other applications where we would have 8 sitting members, one of the alternates will be sitting out. So for this application, Mr. Hagaman will be sitting out, Ms. Eldridge will be a voting member. That said, both alternates are welcome to ask questions up until the end of the public hearing for our board rules. All right, so I will open up questions for the applicants. Any board members? Mr. McDonnell, go ahead.
Excuse me. In the process of your development of this idea, have you received any approvals or rejections from any city board or committee so far?
No, I don't think so.
No.
Nothing related to the city, no.
Okay, so we're going to be the first.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Right, and per the staff report, there's no other permit.
There's no other,
required
no, that's
for this
correct.
application. Okay.
Leave me
Yeah,
sorry.
Ms. Margeson, go ahead.
So you are in the general residence A district, which actually, allows for more dense 2-family, multifamily dwellings. However, the ordinance is clear that there's only to be one dwelling unit per lot. So can you address how having the dwelling unit above the garage does not violate that?
Well, so I'm not sure if this answers your question, but the second dwelling, so it already exists, and so we were just hoping that we would relocate the dwelling above the garage.
It's in the current structure.
It is in the current structure.
Okay, so that's one dwelling unit, but if it's moved above the garage, then you have your house is a dwelling unit, and then you have another dwelling unit on top of the garage, and the ordinance is very clear that there's only to be one dwelling unit per lot.
Okay. I suppose that's one of the
That's one of
things
the
we're
variances
seeking.
that we're seeking.
Yeah.
Yes, so how does that not violate the spirit and intent of the ordinance?
Well, I mean, it's, we believe that because it's already it's an already existing two-family lot, and because there are unique properties associated with the lot, we believe that that it's a reasonable request and that a hardship exists.
Okay. I'm sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot. I know how hard
No, it's
it is
okay.
to get a
It's
question you weren't anticipating.
It's all right, it's a fair question.
I think that's the only question I have.
Okay. Other questions? Mr. McDonnell, go ahead.
Thanks. I just want to make sure I understand. So, the garage, you're not anticipating that the actual garage, the parking space of the garage would be used by the occupant of the garage? Or would that sort of be attached to the house? And then the second floor of the garage is a separate standalone unit that wouldn't have access to the first floor? Is that what you're?
That's correct. It would be designed as such.
Yep, okay.
And then depending, if our parents need to use that space, it would be okay with us, certainly, but as it's designed, it would be distinctly different.
Separate, okay.
Yep.
And I want to make sure I'm sort of oriented right. The garage space sort of faces out onto McNabb Court, right? So I guess it's less relevant if you're planning on, having access to the first floor of the garage, with the main house. You sort of use the whole lot as a thing. It's not like you're going to have one unit facing this way and one unit facing this way, and it's completely separate, right? You're sort of using it as a single lot still. It's just, yeah, okay. All right, I just want to make sure I understood. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
And then also just to clarify, the parking, so you can see this on the drawings, but we had intended that, so the second unit, the parking would be directly next to that garage. So you can see the two parking spaces there, which is what is currently there.
Right, okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, Dave, I've got a question.
Mr. Mulligan, go ahead.
Thank you. This may be somewhere in the materials, and I apologize if I can't find it, but how many square feet of living area would there be in the second dwelling over the garage?
You know that, Hubert?
I'm Hubert Parrott, a designer.
Yeah, I just,
Should be in here. The garage. Got my glasses. But just count on it, so the overall footprint is
well,
795.
a couple of things, Mr. Carr. I just would have to have you identify yourself for the record.
Oh,
And then just please try and speak into the microphone as best you can. For people that are at home, that,
My name is
we
Hubert
want to make sure they can all
Parrott.
hear.
Okay, my name is Hubert Parrott, and I'll talk to the microphone. So the overall footprint is 795 square feet. So count on about 700 square feet for the living unit above.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
No.
Okay. All right, I do have a few more questions. My first question, and maybe this is a good one to keep your architect around for. So you do have illustrated what the height of the new garage is going to be, which is listed here at 26 feet 10 inches, which admittedly is to the peak of the dormer. That's not what our ordinance necessarily considers the height of a building, and don't get me wrong, that's the strangest thing in the world to say, but that's how the world works. What is the existing similar height for, what is the similar height for the current existing garage to the peak, from ground level to the peak? Do we know?
Ground level to the peak, it's about 16 to 18 feet, I'd say.
Okay, so looking at maybe an 8 to 10 foot increase in the overall height of this structure, roughly.
Roughly.
Okay. So, dormering, I know you make the argument that other homes in the neighborhood have these dormers. I kind of looked around, and admittedly throughout Portsmouth, you do see a number of New Englanders that have a dormer on one side or the other, sometimes on both. What you're proposing here is two pretty substantial dormers on the top of your building. Now, I understand that one of them is to solve the problem that you talk about of the staircase that leads up. You have to duck your head to get in under the eave of the house. But that would be on the interior of the side of the house, which is interior to your property, I should say, as far as I can tell, correct? So that could be solved without requiring any variance. I guess I want to try and understand this substantial dormer on the opposite side of the house that does require relief from this board. I know you kind of show an office and some other things, but what is the negative impact to you if that dormer was not allowed? The other dormer you could certainly do by right.
I think, and I don't want to speak for the both of us necessarily, but I don't think for us that necessarily represents a major thing. The one on the right-hand side, as you're facing the house from the front, is considerable for us, just by way of getting up and down easily. But on the left-hand side, I don't think it's significant for us.
Okay. It is pretty substantially sized, and, kind of looking around, it does really give sort of the feeling of like a 3-story house for your house with such a substantial dormer. Maybe, like smaller doghouse dormers or something might be a little less imposing, but what's been presented here at any rate seems like it could be significant. In terms of the garage and its placement on the property. So again, you are decided to place the garage. I guess my first question is the intent is that the existing garage will be completely demolished and that there's no component of it that will be involved in the remake of your new garage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So with that, starting brand new, and looking at your proposed plot plan AD-03, I'm curious, you've chosen, again, and I understand the previous structure was on this corner, but, sort of putting this now quite a bit larger garage, about 8 to 10 feet taller than the existing garage, like right up against the property line. Is there any consideration on your part to moving it more to the center line? I understand you kind of have your 2 parking spots there currently, but you could, in theory, sort of move 1 parking spot to the opposite side and keep 1 parking spot there, something along those lines. So toward that end, what is the significance of that?
Yeah, so I'm happy to talk about the rationale with that. So the reason why we kept the garage in the same location is because if we moved it over more to the center line, we felt as though we would lose one of the parking spots. When we spoke with the neighbors, they were one of the, I wouldn't say concerns, but one of the questions that they raised to us was, what about the parking? Will whoever lives, above that unit, will there be ample parking? And so what we said to them was, currently there are 2 spots and we want to keep that the same. We don't want to take away one of the spots. The other reason why we, in the drawing, chose to keep it in this corner is because our next door neighbor, Pat, on the left-hand side, she does a lot of gardening in her backyard. And if we were to move this garage closer to her side of the house, we wanted to be respectful and we didn't want to impact the sun and the light. She does grow some vegetables and things like that. And so we thought, well, since it's already in that location, maybe just keep it there. So that was something that she brought to our attention.
Okay. On the flip side, it now, presents more light and air distraction on the neighbor on the opposite side, if you're looking at this plot plan on what we call the right-hand side. So.
Can I make a remark on that?
I'm sorry?
Can I make a remark on that?
You may.
So on that side, that is where our neighbor, our Elwyn neighbor, has his garage. So on that very side, He has a similarly sized structure to what we're proposing directly in that corner too. So it would be two garages sort of being next to each other. There isn't a home on that side. The home is on Elwyn, like our house, facing Elwyn.
Yeah, well, and I think that's the case on both your neighbors. Your neighbor on the other side doesn't really have like a structure like some of the other homes do, right?
On our left side?
On the, what we would call the left side here, yeah.
On the left side, that's more of a grassy open area. There's no structures there.
Right, right. Which admittedly, I'm fine. I think there's a pattern in the neighborhood of structures, especially in kind of this odd arrangement that you have of, being on, having your house facing one street, having your garage sort of facing the other street. I'm actually good with, bringing it sort of right up against the property line in terms of being backed onto that street. I think that does make a lot of sense, and is congruent with your other neighbors, although I think your neighbor, we'll call it the right side neighbor, that garage is a little further set back. I would argue not quite as big as what you're proposing here, just because of your desire to put the second dwelling unit up above on the garage. So, and then I just want to make sure, you did mention that, and we have seen 2 letters from a couple of your abutters in support of your project, but you've talked now about some of the other neighbors. Have you in fact talked to all your neighbors and had an opportunity to get feedback from them?
Yeah, so I can speak to that.
Sure.
So when we were putting this application together, I typed up a letter and said that we would like to talk with our neighbors, and we did it to all of the abutters. So we did it to several of the neighbors on Elwyn, on our side of the street, and across the street. We also put those letters on all 4 of the homes on McNabb. And some of them called us, and some of them didn't. We didn't really have a way to sort of reach them. For the neighbors that called us, we shared with them our plans. A few of them asked us to bring the drawings, and so we were able to go into their homes and meet them and talk them through the drawings. And so 2 of those neighbors in particular are 2 of the neighbors of the letters that you received in support. So if they did reach out to us, then we, certainly talked with them, but we didn't have their contact information. So
Okay.
it was really up to them if they wanted to contact us.
Okay. Did any of that involve baked goods? Or
No.
it's always a plus, just
No, we felt like that would butter them up too much.
Sure. Perhaps literally. Okay. All right, I have no further questions. Mr. Hagaman, you have a question now.
So I'm not a voting member on this, so this is kind of a question directed towards the city staff, since once we close public hearing, I can't talk. Is this being treated as a detached accessory dwelling unit?
It is not. It's just being treated as a freestanding dwelling. I think initially there were discussions about taking that route to have a detached ADU, but the applicants chose to go this
Okay.
path.
The only reason why I ask is if it were a D ADU, I had some question on whether it actually met that criteria, so, okay.
Okay, thank you. Any final questions? All right, I think we've grilled you sufficiently. Thank you very much for coming before us.
Thank you.
All right, at this point, I will open up the public hearing. I will request, is there anyone here to speak in favor of the petition?
Check. Make sure.
Okay. All right, anyone to speak in opposition? All right, final opportunity for public comment. Anyone who wishes to speak to, for, or against? Seeing no indication of any public comments, I will close the public hearing. And we'll turn this over to the board. For thoughts? Yep.
I'll jump in.
Ms. Eldridge, go ahead. Thank you for jumping first.
Yeah.
We can't rely on Chase.
Someone had to do it.
Hopefully, the city will pay their heating bill at some point.
Honestly, it's freezing
I know.
here. I know that it's a big variance to ask for a second dwelling unit on this property, but I feel that this property is so unusual in that it is between the 2 streets. So it's almost as if this second dwelling unit is actually on a different street, not just in their backyard. So for me, that is, if not a hardship, a difference than it would be for most people who were seeking this. The fact that you enter from another street and really is important to me in the consideration of this. So I guess I just wanted to see if anyone else had a little sympathy for that position.
No. Okay, thank you. Appreciate your thoughts. Other thoughts? Yes, Ms. Margeson, go ahead.
I think regrettably, I always hate to do this, but I'm not going to support the application for just that reason. I feel like the zoning ordinance is very clear that there are not supposed to be more than one dwelling lot per unit. I think that property is a little bit similar to some of the other properties. I know that area well. It backs on McNabb, but the frontage is clearly on Elwyn. I feel like the zoning ordinance is very clear, and it's a significant. It's a direct violation of the zoning ordinance. I don't think, respectfully, the applicant has demonstrated hardship.
Okay, thank you. Other thoughts?
Dave?
Oh, yes.
So,
Mr. Mulligan, go ahead.
Thanks. We're in the GRA district where two-family dwellings are actually permitted by right, and there is an existing two-family dwelling on the property. So what's being proposed here doesn't change the residential density at all. It just moves one of the dwelling units into a separate detached property. Given the kind of the unique characteristics of this property, I think a detached accessory dwelling unit would require variances anyway, for a number of reasons. But so I kind of line up with Ms. Eldridge. I think there are some unusual aspects to this property. Some of what the applicant is proposing brings the property, not necessarily brings the property into more conformance, but kind of course corrects some of the improvements on the property in the past, which I don't necessarily think really improved it, in terms of the addition that they're going to remove and essentially correct. So I tend to line up behind Ms. Eldridge. I think there are unique aspects of this property that distinguish it from others in the immediate vicinity. And I do think, given that two dwelling units can exist by right on this lot, no matter what, I don't have such a problem with the spirit and intent of the ordinance. It's certainly not permitted by the ordinance, but getting a variance from what's permitted by the ordinance is why we're all here tonight. So, I think I'm in favor of the application.
Okay, thank you. Other thoughts? Yeah, Mr. McDonnell, go ahead.
I will agree with Ms. Eldridge and Mr. Mulligan. Excuse me. I don't think that what's being proposed here is a significant enough departure from the ordinances to worry about it. I think the neighborhood is going to be just fine, and everybody will live happily ever after with what they hoped for from life.
Okay, thank you. All right. So some of my thoughts. Yeah, I mean, fully agree. The zoning ordinance says you're only allowed one structure that has a dwelling unit in this zone. That's true of everything that you're asking for relief from. It does come down to does it meet the criteria or not? Understand that Ms. Margeson, you feel it doesn't meet the hardship. I think I'm okay with the moving the what is currently a two family dwelling and moving part of it out into the garage area. I'm a little concerned about the overall height that results in the garage and sort of some of the imposition, and that's where my question came from in regards to the positioning of the garage on the lot. Again, I think it makes logical sense that it's positioned up against the rear lot. understand the relief request for that. I think makes sense. I think if you kind of look down the street, it seems already set back from the street by a little bit more. The lot line really doesn't necessarily reflect where McNabb Court actually is. It's also fairly consistent with the couple of the other garages that are sort of back here. I think it does sort of make sense. Admittedly, McNabb Court is not just simply a garage back street for, you know, two other streets. You sometimes see that in some kind of development where houses are on a street and then there's a little street, you know, generally pretty narrow, that leads to garages. That is not what McNabb Court is. That said, it is, at least for this portion along Elwyn, there's historical precedent that it's kind of been used that way. I think that positioning is okay. I was kind of concerned about it being all the way over to one side, up against the neighbor. Do agree that what the neighbor has in that area is another structure that is similar in size, I think a little less imposing than what's being requested here. But I think with that in mind, I can live with it. I am, and it sounds like a sticky point, but I am concerned about what we're looking at here for the left side yard setback in regards to the dormering on that side of the house. So I think the applicant is asking for a lot of pretty significant dormering going on with this property. I'm not going to say that there's no New Englanders in Portsmouth that have been similarly dormered, but they tend to be a little bit more rare. And certainly, I mean, if there was more distance between this house and its neighboring properties, it wouldn't seem quite so imposing, perhaps. But you know, this is on a relatively small lot. That's a good-sized dormer going on there. Adds a lot of light at a very high level. I'm uncomfortable with that. On the inside of the property, what we would be looking at here is the right side dormer. That again is allowed by right. The applicant could do that without coming to this board. That's their right to make that decision. But I think in terms of relief, I am uncomfortable with the relief request that's being asked for that dormer. Unfortunately, that does create a little bit of a stickiness because simply denying the 5-foot left side yard setback does cause an issue with what the applicant is proposing to do in terms of the rear addition, which also needs a portion of the relief. Although I think the rear addition is being more congruent with the rest of the house, with what the applicant is proposing to do, sort of straightening this house out that currently has a jog out at the tail end. But it does require some relief, I would believe. Do you know that for certain, Mrs. Stiff?
I was just checking.
Yeah, it's obviously it's not dimensioned closely enough to know for certain about that, but I am guessing that potentially it could require, you know, a little bit of that relief for the 5-foot. So I would be cautious with that, but perhaps if other board members are in keeping with my thoughts about the dormer, there might be some way of reflecting that in a motion. But other than that, you know, it does again look like a lot of relief that's being asked for. I think some of that is driven by the existing nature of the property. The existing garage was there, a sensible rebuild. I wasn't convinced of that coming in, but I think the applicant has made a strong enough argument in my mind that probably is the right place to put it. And then in terms of the two dwelling units, again, I think it's probably a smaller secondary dwelling unit. It is congruent with what the city is trying to achieve in many neighborhoods of adding a relatively small apartment, 700 square feet, is within the amount that we are looking for an accessory dwelling unit. Again, as Mr. Mulligan pointed out, there's probably some additional relief that would need to be granted for it because of there's some other requirements associated with ADUs specifically. But because of the unique nature of this property, the unique nature of how it's situated within the neighborhood, I think I can live with essentially allowing an ADU through this variance that's being requested of allowing a separate second dwelling unit on a separate structure. Any further thoughts on that relief?
I can't confirm whether that's within the 5 feet, but I think if that's the direction the board was going, you could tailor stipulation to.
Okay. All right. So those are my thoughts. I will turn it over. Anyone want to venture a motion at this point in time?
I'll move to approve as presented and advertised.
Okay. Is there a second? Mr. Parrott?
I'll second,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Your motion, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So, you know, I think most of the relief that is being requested here is driven by the fact that we're dealing with a lot that's significantly smaller than the minimum lot size in this zone by today's standards. Obviously, it's pre-existing non-conforming as to setbacks all over the place, but it's also a very small lot. I've already discussed, the issue about having a second dwelling on it and why I think it doesn't violate the spirit and intent of the ordinance. So I'll just hit the criteria. Granting the variance will not be contrary to the public interest, nor will it be contrary to the spirit of the ordinance. Here, the essentially residential character of the neighborhood isn't going to be altered in any material way. There's already 2 dwelling units on this lot. As a result of this, there will be 2 dwelling units on the lot. So the residential density doesn't change. There will be some, and perhaps some significant additional massing, but we haven't heard any opposition from the neighborhood, and I can't imagine why there would be any. We often will grant vertical expansions of pre-existing non-conforming structures in terms of setbacks, and that's what's being requested here on both the left and the rear and right side yard setbacks. So I don't think that's at all unusual, especially for such a small lot. Granting the variance will result in substantial justice. Here we have to balance the loss to the applicant if we were to require strict compliance with the ordinance against the gain to the general public. Here, strict compliance with the ordinance is virtually impossible given the existing nonconformities. So I think the balance tips in the applicant's favor. Values of surrounding properties will not be diminished. I believe, to the contrary, this will improve values of surrounding properties. The existing garage in the rear of the property is quite substandard, and what's being proposed here will be, a very welcome addition to the neighborhood, in my opinion. And I understand the chair's concern about the massing of the improvements proposed on the left side yard setback, but to balance that, the left side yard setback is actually going to be improved to some extent because the existing setback is at 2 feet 4 inches, and that will be improved slightly. So I don't think values of surrounding properties are going to be diminished by what's being proposed. And finally, literal enforcement of the ordinance results in an unnecessary hardship. Here there are unique conditions of this property that distinguish it from others in the neighborhood. As I discussed, it's a very small lot. I think it's about 5,000 square feet, a little more than 5,000 square feet, where 7,500 is required. So it's already a lot that is going to be subject to relief under the zoning ordinance for any improvements that are being made. It's non-conforming as to setbacks, and it's also unique in the sense that it has frontage on 2 separate public ways, and I think in order to properly take advantage of that unique feature, it's appropriate to cite one of the dwelling units where the applicants proposed to do it, that is over the garage. And so for those reasons, I don't think there's a fair and substantial relationship between the purpose of the ordinance provisions and their application to this property. So I think it meets all the requirements to grant the variance, and we should do so.
Okay, thank you. Your second, please, Mr. Parrott.
I concur with Mr. Mulligan. I would just add the obvious that this is a fairly rare through lot. We just don't see very many of these. So I think it deserves a special consideration, and variance is the one way to go at that. And with respect to the size, I'm concerned a little bit about the mass too, but not enough to say it shouldn't be built. And the overall height is allowed is 35 feet, and this is well below that, as has been explained. So I think and more than one unit is allowed on by zoning as a matter of right. So I think it's something I can support and will vote for.
Okay, thank you. All right, comments on the motion from any board members? All right, I mean, I will not be supporting the motion just because of the concern that I still possess about the massing on the left-hand side of the structure, but we'll move to, if there's no further comments, we will move to a vote. The motion is to approve. Mr. Mulligan.
Yes.
Ms. Eldridge.
Yes.
Ms. Margeson.
No.
Mr. McDonnell.
Yes.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Parrott.
Yes.
And the chair votes no. You are approved. All right.
Are you going to turn the heat up? Good man.
Yep.
I'm sorry, we almost
Nope.
never disagree. I know, that's
All right.
okay.
Let's see if Mr. Stiff has any more success than anyone else at getting that thermostat to actually work. And with that, we'll move on to our next item.
See, we're going to be here till 2 o'clock.
You did it? Put on 82?
All right. Our next item, the request of C.P. Schaff and T.C. Revocable Trust owners for the property located at 134 Fairview Avenue. Relief is needed from the zoning ordinance to demolish an existing dwelling and construct a new single-family dwelling. This requires variances from section 10.521 to allow a lot area of 14,226 square feet where 15,000 is required, and a lot area per dwelling unit of 14,226 square feet where 15,000 is required. This property is shown on Assessor Map 220 as Lot 63 and lies in the Single Residence B district. Who's here to speak on behalf of this petition? Please come forward.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and board members. My name is Tara Schaff, and I'm here tonight to speak in favor of our application, and it's an application by myself and my husband. We are the owners at 134 Fairview Avenue, and we are asking for this very discrete variance because we need an adjustment because we only have 14,226 square feet where 15,000 square feet are required in this SRB. As our memo sets forth, we wish to demolish the existing home and foundation and remove the in-ground pool and rebuild a single-family residence and attached garage. And in our packet, we've included visuals and the lot, rather the plot plan and the design itself in support of our application. We did not undertake the idea of this project of demolishing a home very lightly. In fact, it's my childhood home where I grew up. And so, but nevertheless, there would be so many other types of requirements needed in order to upgrade the home. It's in substantial need of not just cosmetic. So if you saw the pictures of the existing home or went by the property, you see that it definitely needs some upgrades, and that's just on the exterior. So we're asking for this variance so that we can proceed with the demolition. And we have what we consider to be a very classic New England design. And we received help on this design by Portsmouth's own Jeff Matson, who's a PhD engineer, and also we think did a great job with putting into the plans that which we wanted for a home where we want to reside and age in place. And so again, it's a rather modest project in terms of replacing a single-family cape, but with a New England, more of a New England style. And part of the reason for that is that we hope to add future solar, hence the gable front. So we included in our memorandum, we went through the 5-part test, and we believe that we certainly meet that. It's a very, as I said, discrete request in terms of just lot area. We've designed the home and placement on the lot so that no other variances are required. And we do meet, I guess, an exception so that we can get within the 30 feet in the front setback. So no variance is required for that. With respect to the actual criteria, taking the first 2 prongs together, as is generally the case, it's certainly a project that fits in with the character of the neighborhood. It's a modest residential neighborhood. The size of the home would be slightly larger than some and certainly smaller than others. I've addressed the classic style, the design, which I think fits in very well with the neighborhood. And certainly replacing an out-of-date home in need of substantial repairs with what we consider a modest-sized, energy-efficient home for aging in place is, we think, certainly consistent with the spirit of the ordinance, not contrary to the public interest. In terms of the substantial justice test, the balancing test, we believe, is also in our favor. Essentially, we are replacing a home and improving it. So it's not, I don't think, a big ask in terms of relief. We've discussed the project with neighbors, and we don't believe that anyone is in opposition, and many of the neighbors are certainly very much in favor of this project. Again, it will be a huge improvement, and we didn't, because I've been watching several board meetings and heard time and time again that it isn't a popularity contest, we didn't go to the trouble, I guess, of getting letters of support. There is one of my neighbors in the audience tonight, so if he has any concerns, I'm sure he'll be speaking. But I understand his wife supports the project, so I think that's I may have to invoke that. But again, moving through the criteria, the requested variance allowing us to move forward with this project will not diminish property values. Certainly, if anything, it's going to improve property values and just, it will be it's one of the few houses in the neighborhood that definitely needs, to be fixed up. It's definitely a fixer-upper. And so we're hoping to be able to move forward. In terms of the last provision, the literal enforcement provision, we do believe it would be a hardship to us, an unnecessary hardship if we were denied relief, as we can't change the lot area. There's an existing home, a single residence on there now. And again, we did not undertake the idea of demolishing the home lightly, but in our analysis, it is the best path forward. So for that reason, we are asking for this relief to be able to go forward with the project and the variances as requested. And so I'd be happy to answer any questions. I thought it was rather straightforward, so I'm trying not to belabor things too much.
All right, thank you. Before I open up for questions from the board, I do want to validate Mr. Hagaman will be a voting member on this application. Ms. Eldridge will be sitting out. So with that, questions from any board members? All right, I just have one, and on one of the sheets here, let's see if I can find it. The sheet labeled number 7 up in the upper right-hand corner does talk to a draft ADU plan over garage, not part of current project. So what is the thinking in regards to what's shown in the garage plan at this point on the second floor? Is there going to be any of that constructed, or?
I didn't hear the last part of your question. I'm sorry, a little.
Well, your plan does show. I believe that's the living area over the garage and to the left-hand side here. But your current plan is to not construct any of what is shown in that, is that correct?
Yes, yes, indeed, and that's hence, what happened is that it made most sense to try to design a future ADU right now, in case, well, just in terms of if we needed to increase the size of the garage for a future stairway, for example. Although I should add that the stairway, I believe, will be there as part of this project, just to access the upper part of the garage.
Okay.
So there is no plan right now for that ADU, but we just wanted to have the ability to do that in the future in a sense of what that would look like. So that will not be part of a building permit application.
Okay, so the intent is that is just going to be an open space for storage at this point in time?
Correct. Yep, unfinished and perhaps like some type of subfloor or something for storage at this time, but certainly no living space.
Okay. All right, any other questions? All right, thank you very much. We appreciate you coming before us. I'll open up the public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak in favor of the petition? Anyone to speak in opposition? Anyone to speak, last opportunity for public comment. Anyone to speak to, for, or against?
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the board, my name is Jack McGee, and I reside at 303 O'Leary Place, which is a direct abutter to the property, and I believe I'm the neighbor to whom Attorney Schaaf was referring. And I want to verify that indeed my wife, who is the owner of the property, I'm allowed to live there, is in favor of the variance. I did want to say that I read her memorandum in the application, and I thought it was an excellent job, and I think she covered the points. I was very concerned about one of her matters, however, and that was when she said that the house was very old and had reached the end of its useful life. And the problem is that when I was 11, I was a paper boy that had the Connorses as a customer. And I began to wonder if there was any inference to be drawn that perhaps I was ending the useful end of my life. I don't know. I gave it about 90 seconds worth of thought and said, no, that can't be. But in any event, we are in favor of the variance. One of the things that always brings me out to a variance hearing, and I've had them when I've been involved as a property owner, is it going to adversely affect me? I think that's an important consideration for the board. When neighborhoods have concerns, that's something that has to heighten your review of the process. And here, obviously, nobody is opposing it, and certainly we're not, and I would ask the board to grant the variance. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, again, anyone else to speak to, for, or against? All right, with no indication of any additional public comment, I will close the public hearing. And I will turn this matter over to the board. What are our thoughts or motion on this? Yep, Mr. Parrott, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. My motion is to approve it as presented.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Your motion, please.
I guess my general, thank you. I guess my general reaction to that, this is a very modest request, and it's very straightforward, and therefore I don't need to, I think, discuss it in general terms. I'm going to go right to the criteria. And the variance is not contrary to the public interest, and the spirit of the ordinance is observed. Obviously, there's no threat to public health, safety, welfare, or otherwise injure of public rights, as the suggestion is what those criteria mean. And there is nothing that is in obvious conflict with any part of the ordinance as far as is my understanding anyway. And substantial justice is certainly done. The benefit to the applicant, as has been explained, would be very significant. And I can't see any advantage at all to the public, no matter how you define the public in this case, to denying the request. And the values, number 4, the values of surrounding properties are not diminished. Again, certainly replacing a nice enough house with a up-to-date, modern design such as has been presented as a general suggestion of what it might look like would be nothing but a plus for the whole neighborhood. And it's sited on the lot such that it's not going to impinge on anybody's rights or in any other fashion that I can see. Even it's an unusually shaped lot, and it's positioned in the logical location, I believe. And finally, the hardship one, little enforcement of the ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship. And I see no conditions of the, I see no relationship between the public purpose of the ordinance and the application in this case that would lead it to a denial. And certainly the proposal as presented is more than reasonable. So I think it easily passes all the tests and that we should approve it.
Okay, thank you. Your second, please, Mr. Hagaman.
Just a couple comments other than I concur with Mr. Parrott. It's always nice to have a brand new home being built on a lot that doesn't really require much in the way of variances. Obviously, the variance request before us has to do with the lot size itself, and it's pretty near the correct size it needs to be anyway. So just that's just an aside. And also one more, I was a little excited that when I looked at the rendering in the provided application that maybe there was a way they were going to keep the existing pool somehow going into the garage, but you know, that's neither here nor there. But I support it and concur with Mr. Parrott.
Okay, thank you. Comments on the motion from any board members? All right. With that, we will move to a vote. The motion is to approve. Mr. Mulligan.
Yes.
Ms. Eldridge. Oh, I'm sorry. Nope, I'm sorry. Ms. Margeson.
Yes.
I had my Ms. right. I had my name wrong. Mr. McDonnell.
Yes.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Hagaman.
Yes.
And Mr. Parrott.
Yes.
And the chair also votes yes. You are approved. Thank you. All right. Move on to our next item. Next up, we have the request of the Malloy Revocable Trust owner for the property located at 52 Prospect Street. Relief is needed from the zoning ordinance to demolish an existing rear addition and construct a two-story rear addition. This requires variances from section 10.521 to allow a 1 1/2 foot left side yard where 10 feet is required, and 30 1/2% building coverage where 25% is the maximum allowed. Also requires a variance from section 10.321 to allow a non-conforming building or structure to be extended, reconstructed, or enlarged without conforming to the requirements of the ordinance. This property is shown on Assessor Map 141 as Lot 13 and lies in the General Residence A District. Who's here to speak on behalf of this petition? Please come forward. And you can actually come forward ahead of time too. You know, there's no formality with that.
Rhythm.
People keep you know hanging out over there, so that's why I kind of keep saying it. But.
Thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Tim Malloy, and this is my wife Sue Malloy.
Evening.
And with us is Hubert Craw, who is our designer. And we appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. So we've submitted our proposal and application, and I think you'll find all of the information required is there, but I would just give a brief overview. What we're looking to do is to take down a porch / sunroom that's in the back of the house and replace that with a two-story addition. So on the first floor, we'll have a mudroom and an office, and then on the second floor, we'll have a bedroom and bathroom. And basically what we're trying to do is just sort of bring the house up to the 21st century. There's 4 of us in the house right now. We have 2 teenage girls. So it's just, in addition to create some additional living space for our growing family, we feel as though it's a reasonable request and a fairly straightforward one. We've had the opportunity to speak with a number of our neighbors. All of the neighbors we've spoken with have been in favor of the project. I'd also just note that we are in the historic district, so we had a working session with the HDC as well as a public hearing with the HDC. And that was approved contingent on these variances being approved. So we've also included in our package a response to the 5 criteria. I think we've addressed those criteria, but we're happy to walk through that and answer any questions. And as I mentioned, Hubert Craw is here, and we can certainly go into any of the details behind the design with Hubert if you've got some specific questions.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you're not required certainly to go through your criteria. It is what we will be judging your application by, so it's up to you whether or not you want to provide any specific details on anything you've presented here, or, I mean, the board has a chance to review what you've written. I just want to.
Okay, yeah, that's fine, and certainly as written, we're standing by that, but we'd happy to speak to it if you'd like to.
That's really entirely up to you.
Okay.
I just precaution applicants simply because that's what we're judging your application by. It's probably the most important thing, so I just want to make sure that you're comfortable with the information you presented to us.
We are, yes,
Okay,
thank you.
perfect. All right, thank you. With that, for this application, because I keep forgetting to do this when I start, Ms. Eldridge will be the voting member. Mr. Parrott, you are sitting in on this, I'm presuming, correct? I know there was some confusion at the beginning of the meeting.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I am, yes.
Okay. So Ms. Eldridge will be the voting member. Mr. Hagaman will be a non-voting member. Questions for the applicant from any board members? Ms. Margeson, go ahead.
Yes, so I understand that part of the deck and the steps they're on your neighbor's property actually now currently?
They're right on the line, and actually, I think they do actually go over a little bit on the left-hand side.
It looks like it does.
Yeah, yeah.
So, in terms, your building coverage is going from 26 to 30.5%. This might be a question for your designer, but about how much of that is driven by the fact that now the entire structure is within your actual lot? You know?
You mean that we're removing the part that doesn't belong on the lot?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering, because it's a somewhat substantial increase, and I'm just wondering how, perhaps you're a designer.
Yeah,
Looks like he's getting up to answer.
Sure. Hi, so I'm Hubert Craw, the designer. So the existing sunroom that we're taking down is roughly 8 by 10, and we're replacing it with an addition that is 10 feet deep by 22 feet wide. Mm-hmm. That's where the substantial, how to say, what you consider substantial increase comes from.
Okay, all right.
We had to create some additional living space there.
Yes, I understand. I was just wondering how much was the fact that it's no longer residing partly on your neighbor's lot, that's all, so.
Well, basically, we had to keep the stairs. We just moved them from the side to the back.
But in terms of the stairs actually encroaching on your neighbor, I mean, it was pretty insubstantial amount, is that correct?
She asked us if we could actually do a path to her house so that she could come back and forth and not have to go through the gate.
Yeah,
I mean,
We're very close.
I just need to make sure only 1% at a time, and then just make sure you're speaking into the microphone.
yeah, I mean, it's also, what's also unique is, if you look closely, that slight dotted line, that there's a retaining wall between the two properties, and that those existing stairs not really hug them, the bottom crashes into it.
Mm-hmm. So, but overall, you're only talking make a few square feet that were encroaching upon the neighbor's property. Is that the guess?
What was it? Yeah, about 30 square feet total.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I assume so, I just want to make sure, thank you.
Any other questions?
Nope.
Okay. Other questions from board members? I just had one. So you're requesting 1.5 foot relief from that as you're facing your home left side yard. Is that, have you had that surveyed, or is that an estimate based off of where you believe the property line is? And what is the basis for that?
Okay, so no, the property has not been surveyed.
Okay.
I took all the information from Map Geo, and the reason you see on the drawing here, you see the fat dash dotted line, that is my drawing. The blue line is the one from Map Geo. As you can see at the bottom, I imported it to scale, and at the bottom it says 44 feet. When I started to draw, it wasn't 44 feet. The 70-foot line corresponded pretty well with what I got from MapGeo. The rest didn't.
Sure. Yeah, and I guess our concern is, I think, at some point when a foundation goes in, there will need to be a survey of that line. Is that correct?
That's correct. There'll be an as-built survey.
Right.
Actually, it will be on stilts, piles. So there will be precast frost footings put in.
Okay.
But we're not having to dig the full 4 feet for a full frost foundation.
Okay. Do you still think it's going to?
I think it's up to the building inspector.
Building
but,
inspector?
I mean,
Okay, all right.
We'll coordinate with.
And my concern there is really solely is we've had other applicants who had to come back before us because they were off by, a few inches. So I just wanted to make sure the 1.5 feet, based off of the information you put together, you're fairly confident that if we approve 1.5 feet tonight, that you can get the building to, relative to a surveyed property line, be 1.5 feet away from that surveyed
Most
property.
definitely.
Okay.
The 1'6" actually is, how to say, I'm further away.
Okay.
I'm just making sure.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Any other questions?
So a question for city staff, if that's okay?
Yep, go ahead.
So, Peter, will the building department require him to get a survey before he pulls a permit?
Not before he pulls the permit. Typically, when an addition or structure is built that has a foundation and typically goes through a land use approval process, they get a as-built survey of that foundation to verify that it conforms to what was approved.
Okay,
So-
but there won't be an as-built survey in this case because it's.
Well, we'll confer with the inspections department,
Okay.
because he's indicating it's gonna be on piers. Is it?
Excuse me?
Did you indicate that it's gonna be on?
On piers, yes.
Piers, so that's unusual, so.
So it's up to the
It's up
building
to-
inspectors
right.
to make that determination. Okay. All right, if there are no additional questions, thank you very much. Appreciate you coming before us. I will now open up the public hearing. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak in favor of the petition? Please come forward.
Good evening. Jim Strack, 49 Prospect Street. I'm a direct abutter of the applicant. I sent the letter in. It's in the public record. I just want to bring up a couple of points. Fully support the application. The part of the existing steps appear to be on the neighbor's property line. This will eliminate that problem going forward. The lot's too small. They can't change that. That's why it's not conforming. It's certainly a betterment to the neighborhood. And most importantly, if the application is not approved, there's a good chance the applicants will move. Someone else buys the property. It's 2-bedroom. They'll have the same issue potentially in a few years, and they're just back in front of the board looking for, a variance. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak in favor of the petition? All right, anyone who wishes to speak in opposition? All right, final opportunity for public comment. Anyone who wishes to speak to, for, or against? All right, with no apparent additional comments, I will close the public hearing. All right, board, thoughts or motion on this one?
Move to approve the request.
Okay, is there a second? Is others? Thank you. Your motion, please, Mr. McDonnell.
Okay, thanks. So the request is for a couple things, the left yard setback and some increased building coverage. I think they're both reasonable requests, so I'm just going to go through the criteria. 1 and 2, the variance is not contrary to the public interest and the spirit of the ordinance is observed. Here, there's no alteration in the character of the neighborhood or threat to health, safety, or welfare, or anything of that nature. As I think the neighbor noted in his materials, this is really some work that's not even visible from the street. It's kind of tucked away in the back, and I don't see how that would injure, health, safety, or welfare, change the character of the neighborhood, like I say. 3, substantial justice is done. Here, there's an obvious benefit to the applicant, as they've articulated. and no harm that I can see to the public or neighbors specifically. For the values of surrounding properties aren't diminished. This would improve I would expect improve the value of this house, and likely, certainly not diminish the values of houses in the area. And 5, literal enforcement of the ordinance results in unnecessary hardship. So here, I think the special conditions of this property are the shape and size of this lot and the location of the existing structure that are really sort of driving the nature of the relief requested here. The side yard setback that is requested is actually being improved upon. It's going to be a reduced nonconformity, and obviously the building coverage is going to increase, but I think relatively minimally, especially given the size of the lot. So those are the conditions, and because of those conditions, in my mind, there's no fair relationship between the purposes of the ordinance and their application to this property. And last, the proposed use is reasonable, which I think it is. So for those reasons, I think we should approve their request.
Okay, thank you. Your second, please, Ms. Eldridge.
I agree and have nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Comments on the motion from any board members? Ms. Margeson, go ahead.
I think this is actually one I struggle with a little bit. This was a meeting where I struggled with a little bit of the residential applications. I walked this neighborhood, so if you saw somebody lurking around your neighborhood, it was me. It's an eclectic and funky neighborhood. I really liked it. The issue is, and I tried to look into backyards, and everything's sort of screened off. So the concern that I have was that movement of light and air, and actually egress and ingress for emergency vehicles if needed. It's, there's literally like 2 sets of houses that match up, and there's like shared sort of yards in some ways. What makes me going to vote for it is that that egress, that clearing that path in between the 2 houses, I think is sort of allays a lot of my concerns about public health safety. So I will be supporting it.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? I will also be supporting it. First of all, a one-room deep house is really so rare in our more modern way of thinking about how we want to live that I can certainly understand the applicant's desire to at least add a little bit of room to the back end of the house. I do think what's being asked for is pretty modest overall in terms of new structure. Admittedly, it is 2 stories, but again, really sort of in the back of the house, with the overall nature of the neighborhood, not terribly visible. And in terms of the light and air impact on the neighboring property, really, again, because of the unique nature of this neighborhood, that property, the main structure is set all the way over to one side. And you sort of have this odd L shape for the property, which essentially makes that back area very unlikely to be anything that you would actually build something in. So I think in terms of closeness to the property of the neighbor, being able to peer into the windows, et cetera, or anything from this new structure that's being proposed, I think is pretty minimal because of some of those unique aspects of the neighboring property. Therefore, I will also be supporting it. All right, if there are no further comments, we'll move to a vote. The motion is to approve. Mr. Mulligan?
Yes.
Ms. Eldridge?
Yes.
Ms. Margeson?
Yes.
Mr. McDonnell?
Yes.
Mr. McDonnell?
Yes.
Mr. Parrott?
Yes.
And the chair also votes yes, you are approved. Welcome. All right.
Yes.
All right, so for this next item up, Mr. Mulligan will be recused. Therefore, both alternates will be participating in this application. All right, so the request of Dagny Taggart, LLC owner, property located at 93 Pleasant Street. Relief is needed from the zoning ordinance for the redevelopment of an existing 4-story structure and construction of a new structure totaling 52 living units. This requires variance from section 10.5A 41.10C to allow a finished floor surface of the ground floor to be 60 inches, where 36 inches is the maximum allowed. A ground story height of 10 feet 6 inches, where 12 feet is the minimum required. to allow an entrance spacing greater than 50 feet, where 50 feet is the maximum, and a variance from section 10.5A41.10C and 10.642, subparagraph 1, to allow residential uses on the ground floor where it is prohibited in a downtown overlay district. So, you want to read into the record the last one, or how do we want to deal with that? I'll read it into the
I'd
record,
read it
and
into the record.
we'll discuss it. And a variance from section 10.5A44.35 to allow an above-ground portion of a parking structure without a liner building. This property is shown on Assessor Map 107 as Lot 74 and lies within Character District 4, also known as CD4. So before we bring the applicant's representatives in, do you want to just go over what the latest information is that you captured in your...
Sure, and I think the applicant's representative is also prepared to go through why that's not needed, but
Okay.
I can certainly...
Yeah, just quickly.
It's, they've revised the location of the entrance, and therefore that there were 1 or 2 parking spaces that were in question. The grading is such that those are more than 6 feet below finished grade, so that they're not considered a ground story. It's considered to be in the basement, so it's not violating that section of the code.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, we'll open it up to the applicant's representative. Go ahead.
Actually, before we start, Mr. Chair, could I ask a question of city staff? So, is there a notice issue here as to how this is advertised, given that the variance requests have changed?
No, because that variance is not needed now, so if it was needed and not advertised, then there would be a notice issue, but since this is not necessary, it's advertised, and just note, if it motion to approve, it would just be to approve whatever variances would be granted and not that one. Just noted that that's not needed at this point.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr.
15-minute count.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is FX Bruton. I'm with Bruton and Barabee in Dover, and I represent the applicant. Before I start, I guess I'd ask respectfully for an additional 10 minutes of presentation time.
Okay. So I'll put that before the board. The applicant has requested an additional 10 minutes for the rest of this application. Is there a motion in regards to accepting or denying such a request?
Move to accept.
Okay, is there a second? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right, any opposed?
Nay.
Nay, okay. The ayes carry. We'll grant the additional 10 minutes.
I hope not to use it, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
With me tonight is John Shagman. He's from AirB&Bs Engineering, project engineer. Tracy Kozak is from GSA. She's the project architect. Rebecca Brown, I believe, is floating in the air somewhere, perhaps here. She's a traffic engineer from GPI. And Terrence Parker is here as well. He's the landscape architect. So we wanted to make sure that you had the design professionals here if you had any questions of them. You may not, but we just wanted to obviously be here for those questions if they were necessary. The gist of this application is that we're asking for relief that relates to micro-units. Micro-units is a new alternative form of housing that Portsmouth has basically created. There is currently one other project going through your regulatory process. This is the other one. I know a lot of times, and even when I've been in front of this board, certain board members have asked about alternative forms of housing, whether it be affordable housing, workforce housing, et cetera. This is something innovative that the city has presented, and we're hopeful when I go through my presentation you would agree that this is something that really should be embraced by the board and promoted. And so I'm hopeful that that is the case.
Again, it's alternative in terms of micro being small. With that, you get obviously a customer that's looking for a micro unit. You don't get a customer that's looking for a 1 or a 2 bedroom unit. And so with that, their expectations with respect to certain issues and conveniences is different. And so hopefully we can go through this journey with that in mind. The project itself is located in the CD4 zone, and I wanted to highlight what the intent of that zone is, or what the description is within your own ordinance. And what your ordinance says is that that zone consists of medium to high density transitional area with residential, retail, commercial uses, shallow or no front yards, and medium to no side yards. That's a portion of what that description is. So it's, as you know, a downtown area. It's in the downtown, it's in the overlay district, downtown overlay district as well. And so in that context, you're starting with a concept of a project of some consequence on a parcel, particularly when you have either shallow front yards or medium to no side yards. So you're talking about a dense project, and I wanted to kind of highlight that in terms of the context of why I'm going to ask you for the variances. So in any event, you probably all know what the property which is referred to as the Treadwell Mansion, and that is a historic building. That parcel is comprised of roughly 0.4 acres, and as I mentioned, is in the CD4 zone and the overlay district zone. Currently, the use of that mansion is all for office space. The proposal is to utilize the basement and first floor for office in that building, but construct an addition. In that addition, you would have 11 one-bedroom units. Excuse me, within the mansion and the addition, you have 11 one-bedroom units and 41 studios, all lower or less square footage than 400 square feet. And that then classifies those units as micro units. So all of those studios would be micro units. The project or the addition would be comprised of 2-story full and a 3 short, which is consistent with the requirements within the zone. In that zone, there's always a minimum of at least 2 stories. So you're talking about, again, an expectation at the beginning that there's going to be a building of some consequence. The look and the feel of this will be that of a look of multiple abutting buildings. It's not going to just be a square box. We are in the historic district as well, so we are going to be looking at elevations that are unique, designed with the neighborhood and the context of the neighborhood in mind. The facade here is shown as clapboard and brick, all consistent with a traditional downtown look and feel. In this context, that zone requires that the building length be less than 200 feet, and in this case, we meet that requirement. So again, it's another example of where we're fitting in with respect to the massing that is expected within that zone, whether it's a minimum requirement or a requirement that limits the development. We meet those requirements. So in this context, this is what we think of as a unique lot. I've expressed it in my materials, and I know you looked at that. I'm going to kind of speed up because I don't want to spend too much time on that. But it's a lot that slopes north to south, so it slopes from the back of the lot toward Court Street. And in the same respect, it's a lot that maintains and contains a historic retaining wall because of that slope. This project, because of how schedules work, particularly with one bad rainstorm, has kind of gone through some of the other processes. One of them is the HDC. And although that approval is subject to this review and other reviews, the project was approved in front of the HDC with respect to, you know, again, the issues that they look at. However, as part of that process, one of their requirements was make sure you maintain as much of that historic wall as you can. And so we, oops. So in any event, we did do that, and as a result of that, we originally had a parking entrance located towards the property that the temple is located on, Temple Israel. However, in order to reduce the impact to the wall and also to address their concerns with respect to that access point, we moved the parking to where it is now shown. There's a white building, if you will, a portion of the building that's white. Right now, that's the current location of the entrance to underground parking, which would contain 18 spaces. The beauty of that is we go from about 200 square feet of removal of historic wall to down to, I think, around 18 square feet. We also use the existing curb cut, which I think is very helpful, obviously, in terms of maintaining the current premises. The plan itself doesn't really lend itself to any outside congregation. However, it will, as I said, be landscaped, and there will be green areas in terms of grass, but limited, so most of the activity, if not all, would be contained within the building. Of course, we'll need to go to site plan, and we'll also need to ask for a CUP. I understand from all the public comments, there's some discussion about parking. That's an issue that the planning board will address. That's a CUP issue for that. What I wanted to kind of say in that context is, again, we're looking at a brand new type of housing, this micro unit housing, and it's new to the city, but it's being embraced by the city, and obviously it was created by the city. In that context, when planning board are looking at that issue of the CUP, they're going to look at it in the context of micro units, and they've already done that in one project where they didn't require any parking for that project. That was a project that's the other project kind of going through the process. So I think inherent in that, there's an understanding and an implicity that this is a different unit. This is a different customer that really hasn't been addressed or represented in your ordinance. And now that it is, there's a realization that they have different expectations about what they need for parking. It's different than, you know, your typical one bedroom, your two bedroom, and all those other issues. So I'm not going to go too far into that because, again, that's really an issue for the planning board. But I wanted to give this board some context because I think you'll hear about that. One thing that has come up in some of the discussions, so I want to make it clear in front of this board so that you understand that, is that, again, although they're micro units, they will all have their own cooking and bath facilities. There'll be standalone units, and there was an issue raised by some of the abutters, you know, would this be short-term rentals? And it will not. Lease term would be a year or more. So I just wanted you to understand that in that context. So we're here for variances, and I wanted to kind of first, again, identify why I think this lot is unique, and I want to highlight what we're going to ask for. It's unique. It's they've got structures that are historic on it. It's a very significant size. It's a corner lot. It's surrounded by a mix of commercial on Pleasant Street and more of a residential uses on Court Street. And we think that's important for the first request that we're going to ask for, which really is our first form of relief, is to allow residential units on the first floor of the addition. That would be, again, mostly a mix of the micro units. I think there would be 2 one-bedroom units on the first floor. But that's the first request, because in the overlay district, the first floor requires commercial uses. And our point is, one, we'd like to keep it consistent with what is already out there, which is a residential feel, right across the street, residential abutters. Also, we would like to enhance this concept of micro units. We'd like to add those units to that area as well. We also made the argument that there's a rationale to this, in that if you were to have retail, we're butting up against, again, this pretty significant unique characteristic of the property, which is the property itself kind of goes on one level. The retaining wall does as well, but the sidewalk slopes significantly down. So at that point, you were looking at, if we're building up high, we're not really looking at any sidewalk access into that commercial use. So it just seems inappropriate, and it seems basically being forced in that way because of the retaining wall that, on one hand, we can't and don't want to remove. We want to maintain that historic wall. So that's our rationale for that request. That's more of the use variance. We have 3 other dimensional variances. We used to have 4, but I think Mr. Stith explained adequately why we're not looking for that relief. So the second request for us is that the finished floor surface of the ground floor is required to only be 36 inches above the sidewalk grade. In our case, we started about 24 inches kind of at the west end near the mansion, but because the sidewalk just happens to go down behind the retaining wall, we get to a point of 60 inches, which is 5 feet. So we're 2 feet above that mark at the end, by the time we get to the end of the building. And again, that's caused by this unique situation where the property is at one grade in a sense, but this sidewalk slope goes straight down, and that's why we're asking for that relief. The third relief is that the ground story height has to be a minimum of 12 feet, and we're proposing 12 feet 8 inches. And again, that relates to the use of that first floor for residential. There was another request within the HDC that we comply with a national standard that with a historic building, when you add on to it, you want the addition to be shorter, if you will, than the original building, so that the original building is the one that stands out. And I cited that in my materials. So that level, that height, also kind of suggests that we should have a shorter first floor so that we can attain that as well. The last form of relief is that the ordinance requires an entrance spacing every 50 feet. In this example, if you were to be standing on Court Street and looking at the building as proposed, we have an entrance that is approximately, I can give you the exact number, 47 feet, 8 1/8 inches from the beginning of the building, and then the ordinance requires an entrance in another 50 feet. We don't have another entrance for 98 feet, 2 3/8 inches. So that's really that point where we're asking for that relief, that we not really be able, we're not required to put a door in between that 98 feet. The reason for that is, again, we want to have a pretty consistent flow of the apartment uses, which will go up to the building. So we don't want to break that flow at that very moment. So we'd like to have that relief. It's really somewhat meaningless to the public, but it's something that we, that we're asking for. So I'm just going to go through the criteria, and hopefully I have enough time. I'm not trying to drag this out, but I wanted to give you a full context of what we're looking at.
Yep, got about 7.5 minutes or so.
Perfect. I'll rely on my materials, but I'll summarize. Granting the variance would not be contrary to the public interest. This essentially is a test, as you know, as to whether or not this relief that we're requesting, whether it's the use variance or the dimensional variances, whether it alters the essential characteristic of the neighborhood. The finding at the HDC was it didn't. In fact, that's why they would approve it. But we also think that when you look at it, you're going to agree that this is very traditional downtown Portsmouth. This is what exists. Thus, we don't think we're altering that essential character. And again, we're looking at trying to keep this residential on this side of the project, the Court Street side. With respect to the spirit of the ordinance, pretty much the same test as the public interest. But again, we think that the overriding spirit of the ordinance with respect to this area is the historic district, and we basically are complying with that regulation as well. Again, we think that this is good planning. This is also, again, if we're looking for that micro housing and to provide as much as we can for it, this is where it makes sense within the downtown district. We hopefully agree. The granting of the request of relief will do substantial justice. It's a balancing test. We do think it's really important that the city has adopted this kind of housing, and we do see that this is a public benefit. This is a benefit as a balance between the public and the applicant. Again, we're trying to balance the maintenance of this historic retaining wall, but at the same time dealing with a slope that's basically out in front of the project related to the sidewalk, and trying to utilize this space to provide for this kind of alternative housing. We're hopeful you would support that. The next issue is whether the relief would result in a diminution of value. We did provide information, and I'm sure you read it, from an appraiser. He looked at issues with respect to noise, view, and use, concluding that this was consistent, particularly with noise, probably less noisy than the existing open space, open air parking lot that exists there now. The view to be considered is that this is a parking lot in downtown. Again, it's in this zone which allows for massing, certain massing or even requires at least 2 feet, that the use obviously is consistent with the uses on Court Street. So we think that is helpful. To note, interesting that the city assessor was contacted to see if she had done any reports with respect to diminution in value in this area or with respect to this issue. She said she had not, but she also opined that this likely would not result in a diminution in value, this project, which was explained to her. Finally, the last test is the hardship. I did outline why this property is unique. I think you would agree that there aren't many properties that have a retaining wall that have this sloping sidewalk, which is causing some of the issues because some of the measurements are based upon the sidewalk. So we think we have a unique circumstance, and I think that, again, those restrictions, particularly with respect to the dimensional restrictions, they really have no effect upon the public per se. They relate to how the function of the building will move forward with respect to the residents that we would like to move in there. And again, if the ordinance has been modified to allow for this kind of housing, we'd like to promote it. So we don't think that the restriction or the requirement to put commercial space on that front floor really needs to be imposed in order to maintain the intent of the ordinance, which again also is to provide for this kind of housing. And when we look at the area as a residential area, where hopefully you would agree this is the right spot to put that, and it's being embraced by the city, and we're asking you to do the same. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I'll open up questions for the applicant's representative. Mr. Hagaman.
Ms. Eldridge was looking at me like Chase wants to ask a question. I actually have 4 questions, so if you want to cut me off, Mr. Chair, at some point, feel free.
Oh, sorry.
So I wanted to clarify something you said versus what's in the written material. I thought I heard you say the HDC approved this proposal, or is it just that you had
Just
preliminary
last
conversations with positive feedback?
No, just last Wednesday it did approve. The copy of that decision is in the appraiser's report as well.
I actually have a corollary to that question, so I'm going to interrupt you for a moment. Did that approval include the design change that is reflected here of the new entrance to the parking garage? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, your next question.
Thanks. I know we're not deciding the CUP right now, but as you mentioned, parking's been asked or been discussed from comments from interested citizens. So I'm curious, on the parking garage, there have been some developments in the past or projects that have proposed sort of a lift structure for parking to put more vehicles in a tighter space. Is something like that being considered for this?
It's not. I mean, it's a limited area. It's underground parking, which obviously is unique. So we're investing in that to at least provide for that. Again, there's no parking allowed on, I shouldn't say again, there is no parking allowed on Court Street. So there's not going to be a natural spillover with vis-a-vis that area. And again, I think it is important to recognize the way the planning board did when it allowed a CUP with no parking for 21 units. I think it's important to recognize that there's a customer out there that hasn't been served by your ordinance, and this is the intent to do that. And that customer for that type of housing has vastly different expectations vis-a-vis whether or not they even have a car or whether or not they could have a car. And I think that when you, for instance, are looking at your 2-bedroom apartment, you've got that expectation that you're going to get some kind of parking for that. But when you're looking for a micro unit that could be in the 200 to 300 range square foot, I don't think you have that. And I think that's what the planning board saw when they granted that. And I think that's what is inherent in this kind of new housing that the city obviously should embrace because the city created it. And we're hopeful that you would too.
Third question, Mr. Chair.
I should have said
You have a follow-up?
one of your questions cannot include a question about the CUP, but go ahead.
It wasn't directly about it.
All right, go ahead.
This question has nothing to do with parking. On the commercial versus residential use on the first floor, there are at least a handful of buildings in the city that have sort of an internal structure to commercial space where you have like a single entrance and you wind through the building to go to the different commercial uses within the building. And I understand your point about this being a heavily sloped lot and access on the outside being potentially an issue, but was there any consideration made for still maintaining a commercial use on the first floor but having maybe a 1 or 2 points of entry and then having internal entrances?
Yeah, well, you can, in order to ask for a variance now, you can potentially have some kind of use. I would suspect that you really start to limit yourself if you're kind of, quote, stuck with the commercial, because that excludes retail in my mind, but it becomes very limiting. Long ago and far away, when I had dark hair, there was a case that said you had to show that you didn't have any reasonable use. You had no use. And then that was overturned, and now we look at, is this a reasonable use? And that's the second part of that, after the five prongs. So, yeah, I mean, can we come up with a program that works in that regard? We could, but that's not the legal requirement now. Is this reasonable? We think it is, for all the reasons that I said. And we become limited if we are not trying to do what we're trying to do in this space, which is create this environment of micro units and create that expectation that we can address, again, that group that really hasn't been addressed yet.
Sure, I get your point, but there's also a lot of mixed-use developments that kind of want to create an environment where there's shopping or eating on the premises as well.
Right.
So not
And
arguing against that.
We don't want to do that. And
Sure.
remember, you're talking about the Treadwell Mansion too. So you're talking about a very historic building. You're talking about a very historic retaining wall. There's a lot going on here with respect to that we can work with this concept. Bringing that commercial component vis-a-vis either the mansion or the wall, and I know the mansion's been used for the Elks and all that, but you know, we want to kind of keep that more as a residential tone, not only because it's consistent with the rest of the building, and we like the idea of trying to come up with how do we get micro units for the city in the downtown, and that's a great spot for that. But it also relates to now the impact to the abutters is we have a residential use, we don't have commercial uses. So we think that's helpful.
Last one.
Go ahead.
So a lot has been said about this wall. How do you have this level of building on a property like that and still protect the wall itself during building?
We're not concerned with that at all. There's many ways that the construction can occur where that's going to be maintained. And again, we were in a position first with favorable comments that we were going to remove a good portion of it. We came up with another way where we had to remove maybe 10% of what we were going to remove. So we're doing everything we can to minimize exactly that.
Sure.
And I think that was very much appreciated, at least by the HDC.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Ms. Margeson?
Just following up a little bit on Mr. Hagaman, I recognize that a lot of your variance relief is sort of driven by the HDC considerations as to the need for a subordinate structure, retaining of the wall, and also the sloping of the property. But what I would like to draw your attention to is, I think what I personally think is the most problematic aspect of the request is the not having commercial use on the ground floor. The zoning ordinance is pretty clear, is very clear that in the downtown overlay district, and it was even, they even saw fit to include it again in the CD4, that residential is not allowed in the downtown district. It's a bedrock zoning principle that in the commercial area you need to have commercial uses. So the purpose, and you know, there is no parking along Court Street, and I recognize that, but the purpose specifically is to have pedestrian-oriented businesses, and I don't understand how that cannot be achieved in this building.
Okay, so two parts to the answer, I think. One is that let's not forget that this is going to be a mixed-use building. So in Treadwell, you're going to have the basement and the first floor as office or commercial. So we're not losing that entirely. We're not coming in with one building and saying first floor residential. We're not saying that. There's a portion of it that we want residential, and that's because it's more on the residential side of Court Street, but we still have that. So I think that's one aspect of that answer. The other is, if you say that the ordinance doesn't allow it, that's not necessarily a defensible way of denying a variance, because that's obviously what a variance is for, is that the ordinance says you can't do it. Is it reasonable? Do you need to impose that restriction, which is the hardship analysis? Do you need to do that in this particular case versus other cases? Our we respectfully suggest you do not in this case. You may in other cases down the road in terms of Pleasant Street, but Court Street at this point is very residential. And again, yes, it's not permitted by the ordinance. No variance could pass that test. You could never grant a variance if that was the test. The test is, does it make sense here? Is it reasonable? And do you need to apply that restriction in this particular case?
Well, I think the issue is, can you demonstrate hardship as to why you can have commercial on the ground floor?
And hardship is defined first by, is there special characteristics? Second, is there a relationship between the general intent of the ordinance and the need to impose that restriction? Okay, and then the third test is, and by the way, is this a reasonable use? So I think we meet that test in this case. Clearly, this lot is very unique. But secondly, this restriction in this context, and you mentioned retail and pedestrian retail use. Think of that. This is an elevation that is, 5 feet above where the pedestrians are walking. Okay, so is it reasonable for the pedestrians to have to go up and do their shopping way up here? And also, is it reasonable for a shop owner to say, that's exactly where I want my business, where no one can kind of get to me? So in this context, given that slope, we're saying this is the point where it becomes reasonable to say, all right, we can allow residential there. And that dovetails so nicely with the fact that Portsmouth, of all cities, can now have more micro units than less.
So you can create egress up to that area for commercial use. That area of Court Street, I know the Dinans, I guess it's the Leighton House are across the street, but there is the temple, and then there is an office building, and there is also one of the inns there.
Right, and I provided a photo in our materials that shows kind of the view from the mansion, really, and what is across the street, and it's very residential. So we're trying to keep that. Now, there is a temple down the way, but that's a place of worship. It's not really commercial. I mean, we hope not. But, so I think there is a distinction here. And again, I think this, you don't grant a variance in every case, I get it. And you shouldn't grant it just because we ask. But when we come with a project where we think it's reasonable because it's so unique, then we hope that you would see that as well.
I understand that. I'm just looking for the hardship as to why you cannot put.
Right, and again, that test is measured, and it's somewhat convoluted, but you guys all know it because you do it every week, pretty much in your sleep at this point. But it is that, is there a relationship between the general intent of that ordinance and the need to impose that restriction here? And you may want to do it in other places, and it may be appropriate. If I was in a wildly commercial retail space and I said, hey, I'd like first floor residential, I don't think I'd be here. I would not come with that variance. I think this is different.
And I think in terms of, you're looking at, I recognize that the CD is sort of medium to high density.
Yeah.
But with the only other project along this route, and it's on the other side of Court Street, on the other side of Pleasant Street on Court, is the new Public Housing Authority.
Yeah.
There are no other medium to high density buildings in this area.
Well, I mean, the Treadwell Mansion is on its own a high, a building of consequence. But again, what we tried to do is look at, okay, what are the requirements with respect to massing? You have your 200-foot requirement within the zone, and do we meet that? And we think we obviously do. Question that's really we're asking you is, in that portion of that massing which is allowed, can we just put residential in the bottom? So we're not asking really for the massing permission, because we could do that. What we're asking is, on the first floor of that massing, can we put residential? So it's very limited in that regard, I think.
Well, it really meant within terms of density of residential units.
Yeah. Yeah, and we meet the density because there is no density with respect to units, but, you know, you have to look at this in totality, and again, we're a place where we want to have micro units, where someone says to you, I want to do that. We want to add that in that spot because we think because of the slope, the inability to have that retail sales, think of that as a true obstacle for this building, you know, because it's so elevated and kind of far away from that sidewalk. It's going way down here. That doesn't happen in Portsmouth. Right across the street, the sidewalk is right up with those buildings. But we have this very unique situation, so we're asking for that use in that spot. And again, juxtapose that against a retail commercial space. No one would or should want that space, you know, for retail space.
So I enjoyed the lawyer repartee as much as the next person, but I just want to make sure, can we just make sure we're trying to get some pointed questions in regarding what we're seeing here, just to try and move this along. So did you have anything further?
No.
Okay. Other questions? I just had.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr.
No,
Parrott,
no,
go ahead.
Slow with the hand.
Yep.
With respect to the wall, taking the level of the parking lot at grade level, how deep is that going to be dug in to put the garage in, put the basement in as
17
visioned?
feet.
17 feet from grade level?
Yes.
And my other question is, when I thought of that, I looked and I said, you're going to be digging pretty close to that wall, but you said there's going to be no problem preserving that wall.
There isn't, and again, we have the project engineer for a purpose, so if you'd like us to address it, we can. I mean, we're confident about it, but I'm happy to.
Okay. Well, leads me to another question, is how much investigation has been done into what's really in the, excuse me, underneath that gravel have there been test borings done, for example, to find out what's down there, like ledge, for example, like my yard is full of? Because you got some buildings pretty close by.
Yep.
Hi, I'm Tracy Kozak, JSA Design. One of the stipulations of the HDC approval was for archaeological investigations, so that will occur.
So it hasn't been done?
No, not yet.
Okay, so you don't know if there's old utilities under there or ledge or anything else that's problematic?
Oh, there has been geotech research, but not archaeological. Is that
No, I
right?
didn't mean, no, I'm not talking about archaeological,
Okay.
I'm talking about physical.
John Shagman's
Like
going to.
determined by test borings, for example.
He's the guy.
Yeah, John Shagman from Ambit Engineering. Yes, Arthur, there was some test borings done, and there is ledge there that will be excavated out and actually helps provide the ability to make a more direct and vertical cut for the installation of the lower
Okay.
level parking. So it is going to be an effort.
There is going to be no blasting, I would hope, down in an area like that?
Probably not, if they can avoid it, because of the fact that there's a lot of buildings in the general area, and you got to be very careful when you blast. So
That's for sure.
yes, yes.
No, my concern is you get a wall that's been called historic. We get a historic building, obviously, and we get some commercial buildings on not that far away.
Yes.
That, not to mention the temple, that
Yes.
don't deserve to be shaken and cracked and so forth.
Not by us.
Right, and I
Okay.
think it's interesting if you've been downtown and seen the brick market project.
I have,
That
yes.
was a pretty good sized hole. It was-
Yeah,
was-
that's one of the things that prompted me with the concern on this one.
Yep.
So the answer is that to be determined, it's not determined at this point.
That's a part of it will be done in a way that's safe and consistent, just as the other project was done, but the shoring plans have not been developed. That's something you do after you get the permits in place.
Okay, but everybody's aware that there is ledge involved?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you, John.
All right. Any other questions? I just had one. Your P12 first floor plan shows a layout proposed for that floor. I'm presuming there's also a second and a third floor. We did not receive any plans for that. Are they identical to the first floor, or essentially identical to the first floor?
I'll ask Tracy to speak to that.
They are identical in the locations of the demising walls. What is different is that the middle section of the building, which is only 2 stories, and then it has like an attic with dormers, there's no third level apartments. There's a little bit of a loft on those apartments, so they're micro unit plus a little bit of a sleeping loft. The portion of the building on the right is 2 stories with a short third, so that same pattern carries up on all floors on that side.
Okay, so the ones facing Court Street, there's essentially only 2 stories of apartments, but on the
Right.
side facing State Street, even though it's not abutting State Street, that would actually have 3 floors of apartments.
Right, on the side facing Court Street. Along the very back of the property, facing the back of the State Street buildings, it is a full 2 stories with a third short story across the entire length on the back. But on the front, it's lowered in the middle.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
That's all I have. You have a very short leash.
All right.
I've already had the lawyer repartee and the engineer repartee, so keep it.
Although they're micro units, they're not being pitched in any way as like workforce or affordable housing units, I'm assuming. So probably no percentage of the units being set aside for what meets that definition.
Right, there, again, this is that other form of housing that you're trying to promote. So they will be at market rate, but market rate for a micro unit. So, it's not gonna be the same as for a 2-bedroom. Right, but again, those expectations for that renter are far different than, so we're trying to get to that renter that hasn't really been represented in the ordinance, and now it finally is.
I'm done.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for coming before us. All right, board, it's a little after 9 o'clock. I was thinking about opening up the public hearing, but if anyone has a desperate need for our normal 9 o'clock break at this point, I will hold off and we can take our break. But I'd like to get through the public hearing and then take a break before our deliberations, if everyone can handle that. All right. Just want to make sure there's not going to be any crises going on. All right, with that, I'll open up the public hearing. So just a couple of reminders on that. One is for the first-time speakers, basically, if you're here to speak in favor or in opposition, we do require that you keep your comments to 5 minutes or less. And we do that, that requirement there is as a courtesy to the others who wish to speak here tonight, right? If there's somebody who really only has like a couple minutes comment, it's fairer to them to be able to get their comment in before someone goes on for a longer period of time. Again, there is this opportunity when I'll ask for 2, 4, or against, where you can come up. We don't have a specific time limit there. Again, we request that you keep your comments germane to the information at hand, in the case at hand. You can, if you wish, you don't necessarily have to come up during 2 or 4 or against. If you just want to come up for the last category, that's also fine. I'm not going to penalize you and say, oh, you didn't speak before, you can't come back up. The other part is I do want to remind folks that this board will not be considering the conditional use permit tonight. We do not handle that. That is currently before Technical Advisory Committee and will eventually be before the Planning Board. There will be public speaking opportunities in front of both of those groups. Not that I've been very successful at it tonight, but I would request as a courtesy, really to the, again, we have other business that we're trying to accomplish this evening after this. So I would request that if that's what you're concerned with is an approval of the conditional use permit for parking, this board will not be considering that. So with that said, I will open up. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor of the petition? All right. Next category. Anyone who wishes to speak in opposition, please come forward. Nope. Again, this session would be limited to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Ladies and gentlemen of the board, my name is John P. McGee Jr. I'm an attorney here in Portsmouth. Most people call me Jack. I'm here tonight representing Peter and Janet Dinan, who reside and own 278 Court Street. They are very much opposed to this whole project. Now, there are myriad reasons they're against it, but when you are adversely affected by a variance because you strongly believe that your property value is going to go down, then you oppose it. It's not up there now, but the elevations that are shown when Attorney Bruton was up here and are on page 13 of this opinion letter you got from Brian White, you'll see the facade that's going to be facing the Dinans. And one of the variants requested is for a 60-foot variance. And if I ever go visit the Dinans at that house looking across Court Street, I'm going to incur numerous chiropractic bills, as will they. Because when they walk out that house, they're going to be looking up. The illustration that you saw was set way back. Court Street is extremely narrow. That height is going to overpower their house, and it is going to take away value. The micro units, the city wants to encourage them, but not at the expense of its zoning ordinance. This project does not meet the 5 criteria at all. One of the issues that the appraiser brought up and Attorney Bruton brought up was Mr. White asked the city assessor if the variance requested with having commercial on the first floor would affect whether or not she'd ever done any studies. She hadn't, and she didn't think that variance would, in fact, affect values. Well, maybe in this particular case, it wouldn't affect values, but this city carefully adopted an ordinance where it didn't want, even in the overlay district, to have any residences on the first floor. And that was carefully thought out. Now, hardship, which is what we're dealing with when we're dealing with the first floor, isn't simply, is it reasonable? No. Before you even get to reasonable, you have to determine whether or not there is some reasonable nexus between the purpose of the ordinance and the relief being requested. They don't have any nexus. They are simply saying, we want micro apartments. Now, when this project was first floated, the word affordable was all over the place. And Attorney Bruton said, no, we're not doing affordable. Even though in Mr. White's opinion, you have a situation where he's talking about more affordable. He used those terms, more affordable. It's not more affordable, it's going to be market rates. The other thing that really concerns me is, Attorney Bruton brought up, this will not be short-term rentals. The problem is, and I've been involved in a case just this summer involving Airbnb, and I will tell you this, the lead case on Airbnb, and it is protected like you wouldn't believe against local and state ordinances. They can do anything they want, and you can't touch them in a state court. You can't touch them in a federal court. What happened in the main case they rely on, La Brea versus Airbnb, tenants themselves rented out units, Airbnb, short-term rentals, and they couldn't, even in the specific leases they had, they couldn't stop Airbnb. If Mr. And I'm sorry, Mr. McNabb isn't here, so he could have made that assertion to you tonight, he'd have to kick out a tenant, and that's very difficult to do. And if he condos it, which he could do, then you couldn't stop it at all. The fact is that these particular, and I'm sorry I'm talking fast, 5 minutes doesn't go very long. But,
and you're more than welcome to come back up. I mean, you get about 30
yeah,
seconds left.
But in any event, and I did want to address something that Mr. McDonnell addressed, and that was asking about tenants. And Attorney Bruton said you can have a special tenant that's out there. People want micro apartments. They're not going to want parking because they don't have cars. That is, excuse the term, baloney. I don't know any tenant in Portsmouth that doesn't have a car, and I've dealt with a lot of them. My office was in downtown until recently, and I will tell you, even in very small apartments, they have cars. There's nothing in Portsmouth that you can get to without a car. There's no market basket, Shaw's, or anything. Everything is outside of town. They all need cars, they have cars, and they're falling over, they're parking wherever they can. And despite what the Temple may believe, there's going to be overflow from this project, and it's going to affect them adversely as far as their parking goes. So this idea that we have a special type of customer out there for micro apartments is not, I don't think it's legitimate.
Okay.
Now,
Thank you. I'll have to have you come back up
okay.
during before again.
All right.
Great, thank you.
I'll be back. Thank you.
Others who wish to speak in opposition?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for the record, Derek Durbin. I'm here on behalf of Michelle and Mitchell Savigny of 300 Court Street, as well as Richard and Mary Dumler of 300 Court Street. That's a 2-unit condominium building. And James and Amanda McSherry, the principals of Finian and Company LLC, which owns the Sailmaker's House at 314 Court Street. My clients are here in opposition to the variance relief being sought before the board tonight. The relief requested does relate to the applicant's desire to create a second building on the property, as you've seen, where none presently exist in order to maximize residential density. If you look at the plans, the proposed second building on the property is massive. It's more than 3 times the size of the existing Treadwell Mansion, and all the zoning relief really relates to the applicant's desire to create 15 residential units on the ground floor, a use which, as you know, is not permitted in the DOD overlay district, and which has rarely been approved, in my experience, by this board. Since FX did cite to the purpose of the CD4 ordinance, I have to cite to the purpose of the DOD overlay district ordinance. Section 10.641.20, the purpose of the DOD is to promote the economic vitality of the downtown by ensuring continuity of pedestrian-oriented business uses along streets. As I pointed out, we're dealing with 15 residential units in a brand new building on Court Street. Making the case for unnecessary hardship, the applicant is citing to the property's physical location, its location, as well as some of the physical characteristics, the slope, the size of the lot. I think a lot of those things are probably debatable for everybody that knows the area. But ultimately, I don't believe that they have any real bearing on whether or not there is a fair and substantial relationship between the general purpose of the ordinance provisions and their application to the project. The only hardship here is really a self-created one. It's certainly not an unnecessary one. The second building doesn't exist. The applicant could redesign it to accommodate less residential units, make a more creative use that would integrate well with the neighborhood, that the neighborhood could actually benefit from, and that would really be complementary. Or the other alternative, and as the applicant has stated in 2 different TAC meetings, is, hey, I'm fine just doing a commercial use if this doesn't work out. Those statements made in spite when the neighbors expressed concerns about the project. If you look at the list of permitted uses within the CD4 district for ground floor, there's hardly a use that isn't permitted. It's an extensive list of permitted commercial uses. It's all types, not just retail. The applicant purchased the property with knowledge of the applicable zoning. That was done recently. The applicant doesn't have to create a second building on the property. It's simply out of desire. They could propose a combination of uses that would be completely in accordance with the ordinance. So really the only hardship that the applicant can claim is that they're not making enough money by doing the other things. This is obviously to maximize profit, and there's nothing wrong with that, but it's completely contrary to the purpose of the ordinance. I think we can all recognize that there is a need for microhousing in the city. I believe that there's a need for microhousing, but this is simply an overreach. It's a card that's being played before the city staff, and it's a card that's being played before the land use boards. And unfortunately, this is just the wrong location for it. It has a purpose. The city has a need for it. The city has a need for housing in general, but this, simply put, is an overreach. So I'm happy to answer any questions the board has, but thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. 1 minute to spare. Next to speak in opposition.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Bratter, property owner of 159 McDonough Street. Hopefully you've received my letter, which pointed out the 5 reasons for the criteria why this ordinance should not be passed. Ordinance 10-5A41.10 and 10-642 are about the use of the ground floor within the downtown overlay district. Proposed are the addition of 15 residential units and 1 parking space on the ground floor, which are not allowed in the downtown overlay district. The downtown, it seems to me that the downtown overlay district zoning is a matter of convenience. When it's advantageous for the developer, it is clearly presented and used that way. The DOD has 2 principal parts. One is the liner building, and the other is the parking reduction, which I know we're not supposed to talk about the CUP, but they are, in this case, very directly impacting on each other. So if you allow the residential, you are creating another problem. This building has 37 units that they didn't show you on the 2nd and 3rd level. However you get there, there's 37 units up there. And the parking that they are providing is 18 spaces, which is not enough for the 37 units, with the downtown overlay district reductions, which means no parking for commercial, 4 spaces less, and each unit is devised by space. It used to be it was 1.3 for downtown parking for any unit, no matter how big the size is, but micro units fall under special dispensation, so it's a half a space for every unit. So one leads to the other. So I would ask that you do not grant the variance to Ordinance 10-642 until this development has made some effort to provide the minimum requirements for the regulating ordinance of the downtown overlay district for the allowed 37 units on the 2nd and 3rd levels of the commercial space. As Ordinance 10-641 states, all properties located in the DOD must satisfy the requirements of both the DOD and the underlying districts. Allowing this variance for more residential units on the ground floor will cause a 3-fold increase in the amount of parking that they are not providing. Putting offices in this space would not change the character of the neighborhood, nor would it require any additional parking. It would likely be in the best interest of the neighborhood, since the existing Elks Club, as I always called it, I never gave it that fancy name, always has had office space in it for years. There are a lot of civic lots on Court Street, and there are some personal lots, but it would be less impactful to have an office that's open 9 to 5 than have 15 residential units on the 1st floor. And I did want to share with you that my husband and I own micro units. I never knew it. I just want you to know that I am the proud owner of micro units. I never knew it until this came up. They have existed for over 30 years, and they're just small apartments that people like. But they're nothing special, and I'm sure other people in Portsmouth own micro units. They just didn't know they were called that. This is the new hype. This is the new terminology being used. But all in all, it's a 1-bedroom or an efficiency, and a lot of people in Portsmouth have them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else speak in opposition?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Stan Bodick. I live at 34 Hunking Street on the south end. Before that, I used to live on State Street. And when we moved here 15 years ago from Chicago, we were very fortunate in our condo that my wife and I had 2 parking spots. There were 10 units. Half the folks had none. My goodness gracious, did they scramble. Well, this morning before leaving town, I decided to take a little drive down Hancock Street. I counted there were 25 cars parked there. Every place was taken. You look up Washington, there are 10 cars parked there. This is at 9 a.m., all taken. If you look at the proposed project that they're going to do, that they're planning 52 units, 18 parking spots. Think about that. 52 units, 18 parking spots. Now, they say that many of the people that reside will be residing there will not have cars. So I got very conservative. 20% don't have cars. That leaves 42 cars, people there with cars. 18 spots. That leaves 25 people with no place to park. Where are they going to go? Hancock Street? No room there. The Parrott Street lot? No room there. There's no place to park. And I'll finish my little presentation when I looked up on Wikipedia about the variance. Essentially, a property owner requests a variance when their planned use of the property deviates from local zoning laws designed to protect property values. We have to protect property values. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, next to speak in opposition.
Thank you for letting me speak. Janet and Peter Dinan. We are the 278 Court Street, directly across from the property. We're the only single-family home across from the property. We feel this project will seriously diminish the value of our property. The size and height of the proposed project will overwhelm not only our house, but the building around it, as well as the buildings on the State Street side. The condos that face the parking lot will be in total darkness. They said earlier it's 3 stories. We sincerely believe we would have to decrease the current value of our home if we wanted to sell it once construction starts, or even when the project is completed. 11 years ago, we purchased the Captain John Layton house and had it completely restored after purchasing it from Strawberry Bank. It is surrounded by properties that date as far back as 1770 and 1780. We never imagined Portsmouth would allow a large building project such as this in the historic district. Sorry, I'm nervous. The Governor Langdon House, with its beautifully landscaped property, and Strawberry Bank, the most visited year-round museum in Portsmouth, create an historic cornerstone to this end of town. Let's not make this section of Portsmouth undergo the same fate that befell the homes between Hanover and Deer Street. They are overshadowed with oversized structures. All of the buildings on Court Street are at street level. Court Street from Pleasant Street all the way to Prescott Park is very narrow and heavily traveled by pedestrians and vehicles year-round. The proposed building appears to be 2.5 to 3 stories high, but it is closer to 4 stories high when you start at the street level. If you stand at my driveway, the stone wall is at 6 feet 8 inches high from the sidewalk level, and then the building will sit above that. From our second floor, street side windows, we will be looking at the first floor of the building. As has been noted in every meeting we have attended by Zoom or in person with HDC and TAC, the underground parking of 18 spaces is inadequate for 52 residential units. People keep saying that. At the November 3rd TAC meeting, we had an opportunity to hear Mr. McNabb speak, and we heard him say what to our mind indicated that he has a self-imposed hardship. Okay, because he could have used this property for commercial purposes. We listened to the recording again recently to get it correct, and we quote.
Okay, this is a quote from Mr. McNabb. I am an office developer. I am not a residential developer. I own 2 residential units. I own 50% of the office market in downtown Portsmouth. I was always comfortable doing office here. When I first bought the property, I actually had a tenant for the whole thing, for office. But then I had the constant problem with workers with nowhere to live in restaurants I own, Rosa, Martingale Wharf. So I said, we need it. We just need it. I'm going to do it. I want to make it clear that the context, because it is really obnoxious when somebody threatens. This is still Mr. McNabb. And I don't want to be labeled like that. It wasn't a threat. It was just the use in this area can do office. And I can get residential if I can't get residential micro apartments, it's next best use of the property. So he's claiming a hardship when in fact he's telling you he can do something else. It's very clear.
One other question, my house, the Layton house, is a totally stone foundation, completely. We've had it, shored up. When they were blasting the hole on Penn Hollow, as I'm writing in my dining room, my hand would shake at the pounding of the blasting. I can't imagine what would happen if they had to blast next door.
And
Thank you.
To your point about the wall, and nobody seems to talk about this, there are a few cement repairs, but it's a dry wall. It's held together with gravity, nothing else.
Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else speak in opposition?
One.
Okay.
One Zoom caller. Bill Downey.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Downey. We have 5 minutes.
Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Hi, this is Bill Downey from 67 Bow Street. 3 decades of residency in downtown proper. I just want to start by saying that I was first motivated to be engaged in this process when I read in the paper about 6 weeks ago when a slick PR firm was suggesting that the local residents would be riding bikes and going to nearby parking facilities. Well, I live on Bow Street, and I know quite well that no one's going to hippity-hop over to the Hanover shop. It's falling apart. No one's going over to the Foundry Place. And what has happened recently is it has driven a lot of us out into the South End, as one of the speakers had mentioned from Huntington, I believe. The other parking lot down by the mill pond is always flooded. So there's a few of us that just, I had secured parking for over 25 years privately. And it's just become too pricey. It's $400, sometimes $500 a month. So the distress has been on the neighborhoods, specifically the South End. And at that juncture, that intersection on Pleasant and Court, we all know with COVID, has put a lot of stress on that particular intersection. I just feel that Mark does really good work. The quality is exceptional, but this is an extreme overreach. And the additional residents are going to put that neighborhood at more distress. The hardship is the existing neighborhood, not a developer. The hardship is a reduction in profitability. And one thing I'm also struck by is no one has mentioned the 62, I believe, units coming in from down the road at Griffin Place. This is going to be close to 100 additional cars. And that is amazing because the city continues to support developers at the expense of the citizens. I like development. I like new things. I like them done well, though, and not at the cost to the citizen. And as Barack Obama said, the most important person in the room is citizen. I think it's time the city remembers that concept. For too long, I believe that the developers have gotten special exceptions. Now, if there's a little, pinch here or tuck here, and unfortunate circumstances, I understand why a variance would be permitted. But as Attorney Durbin said before, this is man-made. There's ample opportunity to make a handsome return on the investment, but you can hear these people speaking, the distress. I use the South End now to park, and you cannot be guaranteed a spot. Sometimes you go around the lot 3 times. So if there's going to be any relief, I think it should be directed on the citizens, and I hope in this case the micro units do go forward. I think it's a great concept. I believe the attorney was accurate by saying that the board should support this, but not at the expense of the community, and more particularly, this neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, final opportunity. Anyone to speak in opposition? All right. So with that, I'll open up the last category, which is 2 for against. Anyone who spoke before who wants to provide additional information, more than welcome to do so. Or if anyone who hasn't spoken before wants to use this as an opportunity to speak, you may come forward.
Mr. Chairman, Jack McGee again. I just want to make some brief comments. First of all, I think the language quoted by Mr. Dinan shows that this is a self-created hardship. He didn't need a variance. He chose this because he wanted to do it. It's a right project maybe, but the wrong location. Again, 60 feet in the air, even with that facade, is going to overpower the dining house and take away value. I wanted to make some comments on Mr. White's, well, I guess it's an opinion letter. And one of the things that he raised in his letter, which was troublesome, he says that any other proposed development for the subject property that conforms to the zoning requirements might not be designed in a manner that is consistent with the look of the classic downtown Portsmouth building. The site could be improved with a development that does not have the same exterior appeal that is currently being proposed. I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, that the Historic District Commission will make sure that doesn't happen despite what Mr. White posits. The other thing, all through Mr. White's letter, all he does is saying that any buyer who would buy the dining house, as an example, would see that the lot across the street is ripe for development. He would take that, or she would take that into consideration. What the buyer should be able to take into consideration is that any project would be built in conformance with the zoning law, which this is not. There are commercial uses that could be done. Obviously, Mr. McNabb had a tenant who was willing to do that. Perhaps a walkthrough from the main Treadwell house to an area in the back where you could have office space in the back on the first floor. There's no cause for variance here. There's no hardship. It is going to create diminished value, especially the height that they're seeking. And we would ask that the board deny the variances. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. All right, 2 for or against.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of follow-up comments. Attorney McGee just mentioned that he would hope that the HDC wouldn't permit, I think that's what he said, wouldn't permit the designs that we presented, but those, in fact, have been approved by the HDC last week. And I think I was pretty clear in my comments that that's the case, and obviously you have the approval for that. And to the issue of, it's too high or too big, the ordinance starts by saying minimum of 2 feet. We have 2 feet plus a third short. But they also talk about massing, and I think I demonstrated earlier that we meet the massing. We're not asking for that relief of too high, too big. We're just asking for the first floor of this building be allowed that micro unit residential use. So that's the gist of why we're here, not because we're too big or too high. And again, that design that was up there is already been approved by the HDC for good reason, I think. But in any event, thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, anyone else to speak to, for, or against? Final opportunity for public comment. Okay, nothing additional. I will close the public hearing. All right, board, you are overdue for a well-deserved short break because I don't want to make this go too much longer. However, before we do that, I guess I want to take the pulse of the board. We do have 4 additional cases that are currently before us this evening. So it's now 20 minutes to 10. Presumably we'll take some time to deliberate this particular case, and then we would have 4 others to review. Seemingly straightforward, but as we've learned, nothing is ever guaranteed. So I'm looking to see the thoughts of the board on if there's a desire to try and continue on this evening and get this all done, or if we feel that postponing one or more of these to either we could do it next week, which would be Thanksgiving week, but it would be the Tuesday of Thanksgiving, or alternatively postponing them to a future meeting, presumably our next meeting in December. The next meeting in December. Yes, Mr. Hagaman.
I tend to be one of the more ambitious members, thinking we can get through 4 after this, but I can be persuaded, but that my current thinking is we try to get through all four instead of either having another meeting the week of a holiday for one or two of these, or perhaps adding to what may be already a lengthy December docket.
Right. Well, not already lengthy, but likely to become lengthy.
Yeah.
One does never know. Any thoughts over here?
I am one of the less ambitious members, I guess, because I'm hesitant to do, I'm certain it wouldn't become, what it became a month or so ago, but
You're scarred.
I'm scarred. Whenever that was. I don't know.
I know,
I think it does.
trauma you lose like details.
Yes, I don't remember what it was, but I think it does a disservice to everybody, us and the people waiting to be heard. I don't see an issue with postponing two of them until December. I don't think we should come back next week, but that would be my suggestion. But if everybody else wants to stay, I'm happy to stay.
Okay. Other thoughts, Mr. Parrott?
I agree with Mr. McDonnell. I would hate a repeat of that lengthy session, and once you're committed to it, you are, so.
Right.
And I agree. I do seriously think it is unfair to everybody involved, all parties, when it runs so late, so.
Okay.
I guess I would,
A 2 and 2 is your thought, or all 4, or, I'm just curious.
I would
3 and 1?
favor pushing them to December.
Okay.
Hoping that wouldn't cause anybody some great problem.
Technically, we're now working on October's cases, I think, so.
Yeah, what's December's docket look like?
I don't think we know yet. There's
Nothing yet.
but
Nothing yet?
Nothing?
Nothing.
but it's early,
When's the deadline?
December 1st is the deadline.
so they got a couple more. Although there's a holiday in there
Right,
somewhere.
so.
Ms. McDonald, were you going to say something?
I was. My personal philosophy when I was still working before I retired, and still today, is do it now. If it's something to do it now, because if you don't, it will pile up.
Okay.
I'm not necessarily in agreement with that personal philosophy. I think this is going to be a long discussion after our break, and I'm not sure that it makes sense to do two. It's like, just postpone them all, I think, would be my preference. Of course, then we'll get hit in December, but who knows?
I mean, I'm fine at this point. If someone wants to make a motion, we can vote on it. Yep, Mr. Hagaman, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I'd move that we postpone our last two cases, 45 Miller Ave and 437 Lafayette, to our December meeting.
Okay, is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Okay. Discussion? I know we've talked a little bit. I mean, we can vote against it if we want more.
No.
You want me to speak to the motion? Does it matter at all?
No, I mean, I think.
I can compromise.
Okay. All right, so the motion is to postpone the last two cases, which are items C for 45 Miller Avenue and D for 437 Lafayette Road to the next scheduled meeting in December. I'll just do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The chair will vote aye as well. All right, we will plan on that. So we will list those two items as postponed. We will plan on deliberating this and hearing 194 Madison Street and 15 Mount Vernon Street. All right, with that, we are currently on break. Let's try and make it fairly quick. Let's get back to 10 of, please.
Goodness.
All right, Zoning Board of Adjustment is back in session. Hopefully everyone found their break suitably refreshing. And so at this point, we're to the point where the board will be deliberating everything that we just heard. I do just want to try and make sure that, I was pretty flexible with the questioning, both from board members to the applicants representative, from the public. I still want to get all the facts out there, want to hear as much information as we can. But I do just, as we get into our deliberations, want to remind this board that, again, the conditional use permit for the parking is going before the planning board. They are the group that's going to determine that. Just to keep some bounds and remember, I mean, the applicant is allowed to build a building on this piece of property. I know there's a lot of concern about the mechanics of preserving the wall, and I think that's all really important stuff. That said, I don't really see where that's directly related to any of the variances that are before us. So I just want to make sure we don't go too far down those kinds of rabbit holes. I mean, there is no variance for height that we are considering for the overall height of the building, some of the other things that were brought up. So I just want to make sure that as we go through our discussions, let's try and keep them germane to the variances that are before us, which again does not include the last variance of allowing above ground portion of a parking structure. We have determined that the entire parking structure meets our requirements for being below ground. So with that, thoughts? And the longer you're silent, the longer this all goes. So.
That's a great little threat.
Apparently not a very effective threat, but. McDonnell is doodling. That's one methodology.
Words. I was writing words.
Okay. Doodles too.
Really, random thoughts. Yeah, Ms. Margeson, go ahead.
Well, I think on balance, this is sort of a odd application in some ways. It's not so much an odd application, but the fact that this is in CD4, which allows for medium to high density, when surrounding it is really very low density. I have real concerns about the high density of the residential units in this space. I will tell people that you're probably looking at as big a building just because of the zoning that it is in. The other problem I have is, and I think that because of that density, I think there are some health, safety, and welfare issues, especially off of Court Street. The other problem I have is the commercial use on the ground floor. I'm not sure, with all due respect to the applicant, who's a fine attorney, whether or not you really address the hardship of that. So I think I probably will not be in favor of this, just because, for the reasons that I've stated, but I certainly would like to hear the other board members.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hagaman, go ahead.
I just want to clarify, well, I have two things. One, I want to clarify, so we're saying only variances 1 and 2 are up for question, 3 is no longer on the table? Or there was previously a 4th we took off?
Nope. The third one, a variance from section 10.5, A44.35 to allow an above-ground portion of a parking structure without a liner building is no longer applicable. Okay. The change in entrance, which has also been approved by the HTC apparently, resolved that. I mean, I was trying to figure it out from the start anyway. I was figuring we were going to have to use like multivariable calculus and non-Euclidean geometry to go and figure out like the heights of all this stuff. But
that's more your neck of the woods.
It's not my neck of the woods. I'm an engineer in spite of my mathematical ability.
So you asked for random thoughts. It's less random, but I think I can support the first variance request, but not the second. I don't think the allowing residential uses on the ground floor where it's prohibited in the overlay district, I don't think it meets all necessary criteria. I don't have the same concerns about the height and the density of the building. I think, that's sort of falls within the nature of downtown. But I think that there are alternative reasonable uses where the commercial use could be used on this property in conjunction with the ordinance and the overlay district. So I think my reasoning for supporting the first variance is sort of in line with the HDC's concerns about having the new building be the same height or slightly lower than the existing historic structure and things of that nature. But I can't get behind the lack of commercial on the first floor. And I say that, but I completely acknowledge that we need more housing inventory in Portsmouth. And micro units seems like an area of need and worthy of support. But to a lot of remarks that have been made by board members and members of the community, this may be the wrong spot for this project as a whole. Not necessarily for the mixed use aspect of it with some housing, but perhaps for full-on micro units, floor to ceiling, built out across the entire lot. So again, I could support the first variance request, which could impact the height of the building relative to the first floor height, and then but not support the second.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to read any of those notes that you've been putting down?
Sure. Yeah, I'll read some aloud. So I actually would be supportive of all of the requests. So I think obviously the dimensional, the finished floor above the sidewalk and the ground story height. So the ground story height obviously is closely related to the request for the residential use, and I think the finished floor above the sidewalk ties into the reason the residential use on the first floor is requested, which is the slope of the lot and this retaining wall. I think, in my mind, the applicant made a convincing enough argument that for why their commercial space in the portion of the first floor of this structure that wouldn't have commercial space is reasonable. I think that that the applicant's representative did make a reasonable argument on that. I think the entrance spacing request reasonably follows from that. I think it would be sort of incongruous with the space to require an entrance in the middle of that wall area. And I think also that an entrance every 50 feet is a reasonable thing. So the point of that, in my mind, is you're a pedestrian, you're walking down the street, and you're not walking along a wall. And I think the wall that I'm referring to in the ordinance is a wall of building with no entrance, right? You want to have an entrance every so often. Here, you're walking along a literal wall, and I think the lack of a entryway into the building is fine. The last sort of thought I had is a few people have brought up the point that the applicant is making this self-created hardship, and I take the point, but the point, I think the better point is what the applicant's representative articulated, which is, yes, nobody disagrees that the space could be used for, the first floor space could be used for something other than residential uses. It's just, this is reasonable use, and there are special conditions of this property that they've articulated and that I've tried to talk about a little bit. And because of those conditions, there's no fair relationship between what they're proposing, which is not the only possible use, but it is a reasonable use and a use they're proposing, and a fair relationship doesn't exist between the purposes of the ordinance and their application to this specific property. I think what they're proposing with respect to this specific property is reasonable. I do think there are big concerns about parking, and I agree that there would be people, if this many units were built, there would be people looking for parking spaces. I don't believe, like many of the neighbors don't believe that the mere fact that these are micro units means their tenants don't have cars. I think that's probably unlikely in most cases. But A, that's less what we're tasked with looking at, and B, I don't think that's enough of a hurdle that would prevent us from getting past it. So those are my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Other thoughts? Mr. Parrott.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. With respect to the second variance, asking for the residential uses on the ground floor, I can't support that because my sense is that the ordinance is written very carefully the way it is to talk about commercial use desirable at the ground level, and I think that's wise. And I think a sufficient argument has not been made on any of the criteria to counter that. Plus, I hate to be self-referential, but I had over 18 years' experience in residential landlord use, and I own buildings very close to the edge of downtown, not quite this close, but not far away. And several of my units were well within what's now called a micro unit. We didn't have that terminology then, but I'm thinking back onto the dimensions, which I remember, and they would clearly qualify as micro units. And guess what? The people who lived in those had cars just as much as the people who lived in the larger units. And for the same reasons. So they could go shopping, so they could go to work, out of town, go to the beach, many, many different reasons. So based on my personal experience, the justification that those units are going to be aimed, quote, at people who won't have cars anyway is just false, just not based on my real life experience. And in any case, as a landlord, I can also vouch for this. You may say I'm building a unit or I'm renovating a unit targeting at a certain audience. Believe me, you can't control who wants to rent your place. You may have an idea of the ideal tenant, but that's probably not going to happen. So for those reasons, I think the reasoning is faulty with respect to the fact that the claim that they won't need cars anyway, just because they live downtown, based on my experience, and therefore I can't support that variance, coupled with the fact that I think that the zoning, when it's designed by the planning department and approved by the city council, is very carefully considered, and use is one of the most important factors. Use is not like a 2-foot dimensional variance that we give, routinely around here. Use is very, very significant and long-term, and as we all know, permanent. So, for those reasons, I can't support that variance.
Okay, thank you. All right. So, here's some of what I'm thinking. And we heard a lot of great information from the public. Appreciated all of it. From some attorneys representing some butters as well. Some of the things we heard was, it's going to be a very tall building. Well, okay, but there's no height variance that's being requested here from this board. The height is as what is allowed by the zoning ordinance, and was also the massing was, that's the province of the HCC. They've apparently agreed to it, and they're okay with it. The building length and those kinds of considerations, again, there's nothing here specific to any of those types of concerns. Massing, all of that was addressed by the HDC. I think a lot of what we're looking at, I think the sloping, what the applicant has said about the sloping nature of the property, When we created the character districts, the intent was to try and provide more refinement about what we're expecting the properties to look like. And I think that was a great effort to go and do that. It also kind of created, as we've seen, as we've gotten a number of these variance requests since the character districts were in place, a lot of these sort of subtle nuances, because we were more specific, we're discovering there's a lot more different ways that the applicants can't meet what's being asked for, because there were certain concepts that went into it, and it was also somewhat experimental. We had never really tried this before. We gave it our best effort to go and come up with what we thought was the most reasonable solution for the area that was being looked at. And I think the zoning ordinance, in some ways, by being more specific, also creates some new issues. So things like the ground floor height. I mean, I think that saying 36 to 60 inches really is thinking that you're on a very flat piece of ground, which in much of Portsmouth is not a half bad assumption. But in this particular case, we do have a fairly substantial slope. So that's sort of driving this need to violate that. In terms of the first floor height, again, 12 feet kind of is synonymous, I think, with this idea that it's going to be a commercial space. The need to request for 10 feet 6 inches really is also really closely tied to this desire to have the first floor being residential as opposed to commercial. And then the spacing between the doors, again, that was as Mr. McDonnell pointed out, I think the intent there was, hey, we want a pedestrian experience where you're not going along and having a blank area where there's really no accessibility, no way of feeling like you're part of the experience. But at the same point in time, I think, again, there's a great hardship here because there's this slope, there's this wall, there's this historic wall. All those sort of things are affecting the applicant's ability to really do any sort of development that would fully comply with those aspects of it. So I think there's seemingly some agreement that there's that those are probably not completely out of the box. It's really this variance about commercial versus residential uses on this first floor. So I think it is kind of instructive, and again, every single case that this board goes over is different. They're all unique, but I think it is instructive that we did have a similar situation that developed over on the corner of Daniel and Chapel Street with the redevelopment of the building, the historic building over there. That the applicant came in and said, hey, if you look at Chapel Street through this area, it's really entirely residential, even though it is residing in the downtown overlay district. The argument was made, it doesn't make much sense to go and put a commercial first floor in an area that is more predominantly residential. And this board bought into that, and as a result, the Connie Bean Center redevelopment is essentially a residential redevelopment. And some of the other arguments was the floor heights on the old original Connie Bean Center as well, all kind of played into that. And again, there's no precedent setting there, but I think it is also instructive that, yeah, this board has looked at it and said, hey, with looking at what is surrounding this particular property, it can make actually sense to not require this commercial component. I mean, the commercial component really was, again, to have that inviting streetscape, to have something going on there that as people walking past it, that they're feeling included into what's going on in the building. That's where a lot of the concepts came from. Having participated in a lot of the design charrettes when we were developing character-based zoning, it's certainly a lot of what I got to learn out of that experience. So what is the surrounding nature of the properties around this? So again, if you look at page, listed here at page 16, but really the second page of the staff memo, and you kind of look at what this is. I know we talked about CD4 being medium densities and stuff, and some of the other characteristics of the neighborhood surrounding it as not being that way, but if you kind of notice the neighborhood next to it is really, there's a whole series of different character districts here. CD4 is this particular parcel that we're looking at now and the one right next to it, but then there's some civic spaces, and then really across the street is CD4L1, which is recognized as being something a little bit different in the sense that it's a little bit more residential, older, spread out kind of buildings. So the context is that it is kind of a unique little zoned parcel. Also, that dashed line that goes past there, correct me if I'm wrong, is the downtown overlay district, right?
That's correct.
So the applicant really didn't raise this point, which I found kind of curious, but they are right on the edge of the downtown overlay district. Now, I know we're kind of saying, man, you know, downtown overlay district, it's got this, you know, black and white, we've got to have commercial, that's what it's all about. At the same point in time, we do kind of recognize that properties that are on the edge of districts, including zoning districts or on like downtown overlay, there is this opportunity for maybe, you know, sort of more of a blending. So you don't have this sort of sharp cutoff, right, where you've got it's required this and then it's required this. You know, a lot of applicants have made arguments, and I think they're usually pretty valid, of, you know, this gives an opportunity to do some blending, so it's not so jarring that you have this use here and this other use here. In addition, I think it is a hardship in the sense that, you know what, because of the nature of the other things that are surrounding it, these civic properties and the CD4L1, this is not going to have the traditional attraction. Okay, maybe offices, you could get somebody to go down there, but again, it's kind of in an odd sort of location, got the wall. It's not going to bring those kinds of foot traffic. It's certainly not foot traffic, I don't think, and probably not even like legitimate office traffic. And what I've been seeing and noticing, and again, we were really trying to do the right thing by our character districts that we put in place, but at the same point in time, they were somewhat experimental. We weren't always entirely sure what was going to happen. And the example that comes to my mind is over on Bridge Street, which I see all the time as I'm walking home from downtown, is a property that was built there, and again, in full compliance with our residential on the upper floors, but commercial on the first floor. And it was built about 3 or 4 years ago, and there have never been a single commercial tenant. And I'm pretty sure that when they built that building, they did the math and said, if I can sell all these units in the upstairs floors, then whatever we get on that first floor in commercial, that's all, you know, icing on the cake. That's cream, and they don't really care about the fact that it's been sitting empty. But it's really not also then meeting the public purposes of creating that attractive walk past area where you can go in and enjoy, you know, whatever is in there or feel like you're being drawn into it. It's really, it's kind of a failure point. And again, that was sort of on a good example of being on the edge of downtown, still sort of falling under the downtown requirements, but really not carrying the rest of the spirit of downtown, which is all this pedestrian hubbub and things going by, and desires to have offices in those locations because you can kind of say, hey, I'm right in this area here. You can find me real easily. So again, I think there's some good arguments here from the applicant that because of where they're located, because of the surrounding area, because of this wall, that the commercial use that we originally would have envisioned for a space like this really just doesn't apply very well. And, you know, in terms of some of the other things that have been going on, micro units, you know what, the applicant can build 3-floor luxury condos. Again, it's a residential use. What they've chosen to do here is create micro units. There are pluses and there are minuses to that perhaps, but that's what the residential use that they've chosen. Again, I just think that from what the standpoint that we're looking at, the commercial doesn't make that much sense in my mind. Residential makes more sense. And the last thing is the parking. Don't get me wrong, the parking, I recently had an opportunity to go and knock on lots of doors and talk to lots of people. It was a fun experience, but it is kind of, I will tell you, there are some polar feelings on this in both directions. I had people telling me that that is the stupidest thing in the world to require parking for people who are going to be living in micro units. There's something about boomer thinking. I think that's slightly derogatory. I'm not sure exactly what it means, but that was kind of some of the things that people were saying on one camp, and then the other camp is very much the opposite. Is, are you crazy? Why wouldn't anybody want to have a car? A car is the great American tradition, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Again, I think that's still a major hurdle that this project has to get through. Is it a hurdle that this board is considering? I don't think so. I think it's one that the planning board has taken on. They, and through the support of the technical advisory committee, they will again have another great public hearing on it. They will get to hear both of those yin and yangs and those points that people have been making and make the decision on that. I just don't see it as being germane to this board's decision about the other things that we've been asked to do in terms of spacing of some doors, heights of a floor, heights of a story, and then fundamentally, and I think this is our really biggest question, is commercial appropriate for that first floor use? And again, my argument is, I think if we made them go and put it on there, they might even go and do it and say, you know what, yep, we scratched through the numbers and we can eke it out and we'll put the commercial on the first floor and it's going to be the icing on the cake if we get it, and if we don't, it's just gonna sit empty and it's gonna look odd. And I just fear that with all the other things that this property is facing in terms of its general location, this wall issue, my guess is if commercial ends up being in there, then that's kind of gonna end up what you have, but I could be mistaken. So those are my thoughts. Yes, Mr. Hagaman.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
As a follow-up to your thoughts? Would you have the same feeling if instead of this building or this property abutting Court, it was flipped to State Street? So if it was on the corner of State and Pleasant versus Court and Pleasant?
And certainly if it had like a very much of a strong ground presence, more so. State, again, tougher argument, although there are some portions of State a little further down which are, somewhat more residential. I still miss Molly Malone's personally, but, that's the nature of some of that area, the way it got developed. Would it change it? Maybe somewhat, but that's not what we're looking at, so.
Yeah, I understand. I was viewing it as sort of part of that same block, because when you're looking at the State Pleasant, Court Pleasant sort of grouping towards downtown, you've got a lot of mixed uses right there that have a lot of commercial presence on the first floor, and I understand the argument that the further you go down Court, you're looking more residential. But this is attached to a building that also faces Pleasant that has a commercial use on it. Yep. So that's kind of how I was tying it in versus because we're not talking about putting like 4 houses on this lot. Because if you're looking at what the residences are across the street on Court Street, they're individual structures versus a bunch of units parked in an apartment building, basically. So that's how I was viewing it differently. Okay. I'm just not trying to persuade you. I'm kind of playing off what you said.
No, and we should have that discussion, right? And maybe you will persuade me. But I'm just giving you where, when I was looking at it, and my experiences and what my knowledge is, that's where I was coming from. So, all right. With all that, further comments, Ms. Eldridge?
I think so. Yes.
Is your head spinning yet?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Connie Bean example was almost convincing. But in that, well, I'm thinking this through, but in that case, it became residential, but it didn't really change the scale of the neighborhood. It fit into that space. But this little block of Court Street is not really like anyplace else in downtown. And I know it's on the edge of this, but this building, I know the massing fits, but starting that high up will really change the way that whole neighborhood feels, whether it is allowed or not. The fact that it's residential is not like just having 4 houses. You're having 52 new neighbors. And I think that really is not in the public interest of the people who live on Court Street. It might be in the public interest of the people who can pay market value for a micro unit, but as was said, it's not really my concern what's in that building, except that the change in the neighborhood is so much more than if it were just a few units. So I do sound confused still, but I think I can't support the residential use. But you almost got me, but I think there's a fundamental difference in scale and the neighborhood it's going into. So
yeah, and the Connie Bean Center, I mean, they did tear down the old gym structure that was there, right? And they basically replaced it with a fully residential.
But it hasn't
unit.
changed anyone's light, air, not even really density of.
Yeah, and again, my viewpoint is the dimensional characteristics of this box that the applicant is proposing building. Those things have sort of been, they're not asking for any variances on the size of the box. It's really coming down to what's in the box. And in fact, the one thing that they are asking for is kind of making for a shorter box, right? Because they're asking for a shorter first
And
floor.
I can absolutely approve of everything in that first request. If that does them any good and we'd separate these, I don't know.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, and we certainly can. That is an alternative for a motion maker.
does it make a difference that this box starts so high above street level? Like, it really is about 10 feet higher, though, than the building.
Yeah, so again, the mathematics behind what we call for building height.
Yes, I'm trying to understand.
Again, involves that non-Euclidean geometry that I don't always fully get, but I believe it's within, there's no variance for height.
Right.
So it is within what we would allow in this area for height, the way that we obtusely calculate such
Right,
things.
but it is probably
And again, the
at
HD.
least 30 feet taller than its neighbors across the street.
Yep.
And that really does, I think that takes from the neighborhood. So, anyway.
Okay. Yep, Ms. Margeson, go ahead.
I'm sorry, no, I realize that would be true whether it's commercial or residential, but, yeah, I'm having trouble with the residential.
Okay.
I think it might make more sense to take the variances separately. I think a lot of the first variance is driven by design considerations by the HDC and by the property. I am still, I do not think that the applicant has made a compelling case about the downtown, about the ground floor. And I do think that this, the density is I realize this is medium to high density. I think it needs to be more towards the medium range of the scale for the CD4. I mean, there's nothing in that area that has this kind of density.
So is anyone prepared to make a motion on the first variance, perhaps, then? We can get that started.
I think I have a question about the first variance. I mean,
Okay.
if it's driven, if the whole point of the request is because they want to put residential on the first floor, if we agree to allow the first variance, which has the spacing issue and the height issue, are they going to come back and say, well, we can't actually put commercial on the first floor at this height? It's not like by code or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, if they get a variance for it and they end up not using the variance and they are within the full scope of the zoning ordinance, that's perfectly fine.
Right,
as
if they
well,
make
right?
the first floor height
The actual
taller,
height it's supposed to be.
that would be more compliant.
Yep. Right, I guess if we do the first and don't allow the second.
It might be pointless. I don't know. I guess
That was kind of what I was getting at.
Would it make more sense not to take action on the first variance? Or are we allowed to do that?
We should make a decision one way or the other. I
Okay.
mean, we're essentially then postponing consideration of it.
Okay. It just,
Briefly,
Only in that I would ask that you separately vote, and I'm not talking about substance here, but it's clear that there's differing opinions.
okay. So the applicant's representative, for those, both of you watching at home, was basically that there was a point that we would vote on both of them separately, so, potentially. I mean, again, the vote could be in both cases that we would turn it down, or we would accept it. All right. Anyone wishing to bravely make a motion? There might be baked goods involved if you make a motion.
Alfred cookies.
But
I'll look at you.
I won't be baking them, but there might be baked goods involved. I'm careful using the word might here. Yeah, Mr. Hagaman, go ahead.
So if I don't have to motion to take them up separately, do I?
No,
So I'd like to make a motion relative to the second variance criteria, and the
Okay.
motion would be to deny the second variance request, which would
Okay.
be to a variance from section 10.5A 41.10C and 10.642 to allow residential uses on the ground floor where it's prohibited in the downtown overlay district.
Okay. All right, that sounds good. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Okay. Your motion, please.
Well, we've been talking about this a little bit, but I expressed concerns with this variance request and how it pertains to the criteria that we're measuring against. I feel that it fails on the first, second, and fifth criteria. I think allowing this particular request would alter the essential character of the neighborhood. As I mentioned in my earlier remarks, that although this is right on the edge of the overlay district, it is still connected to a couple blocks of mixed use, including first floor commercial and residential above it. And I feel if we were to allow, at least for this new building proposed to be constructed, to be entirely residential, it would alter the characteristics of the neighborhood and go against the spirit of the ordinance in terms of what was intended with the character district and the overlay district in that area. And then I believe it fails on criteria 5. I believe there is a substantial relationship that exists between the purpose of the ordinance and applying it in this case, in part tying it to what the design of the overlay district and the character districts were intended to accomplish in those areas. And I respect the chair's remarks about it being on the fringe of where you might get foot traffic, but I tend to disagree. I've seen a lot of that area, a lot of foot traffic still occurs, and there hasn't been a persuasive case made, in my view, how although the property does have a slope, it does have a historic wall that's been asked to be preserved, how that would actually hinder the ability to develop a commercial space there, and that this proposed use is, although potentially a reasonable one, I don't think it overcomes what I believe is still a fair and substantial relationship between the intent of the ordinance and applying it here.
Okay, thank you. Your second, please.
I have nothing to add, thanks.
Okay. Discussion on the motion. Any board members? All right. With that, we will move to a vote. The motion is to deny the second variance, which is section 10.5A, 4110C, and 10.642 to allow residential uses on the ground floor where it's prohibited in the downtown overlay district. Ms. Eldridge.
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Margeson.
Yes.
Mr. McDonnell.
No.
Mr. McDonald.
No.
Mr. Hagaman.
Yes.
Mr. Parrott.
Yes.
All right, and the chair also votes no. The motion carries 4-3, so is denied. All right, second motion. And as part of this, whoever wants to make it, if just as for pro forma, if we can just recognize that variance 3 is not required for the applicant's current design. And this could be a motion to approve or deny, your board's choice. You can go home earlier. I did baked goods. What's my next one? I'm staring at somebody and saying, "You better speak." Bribery.
I'll move to approve.
Okay.
Request.
All right. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Your motion, please, and as part of that, you're just recognizing that the third variance is not necessary, correct?
Sorry, yeah, when you say the third variance, the...
variance in section 10.5A 44.35 to allow above ground portion.
So we're approving the finished floor above the sidewalk, the ground story height, and the entrance spacing.
Correct.
Okay. Yep. So, I think all three of these requests are driven by the site, the slope and the wall, and with the exception possibly of the ground story height. That one was, I think, driven primarily by the request to make residential uses on the first floor. But I think that given the HTC's request on the height of that floor in the building, I think that's also a reasonable request. So I'm just going to go through the criteria for those. 1 and 2, the variance is not contrary to the public interest and the spirit of the ordinance is observed. So allowing those requests, granting those requests would not conflict with the purposes of the ordinance. As has been articulated, the reasoning for all three of those particularly the finished floor above the sidewalk and the entrance spacing, is really driven, again, by that wall and the slope. There wouldn't be any alteration in the essential character of the neighborhood or threat to health, safety, or welfare because of our granting of those requests. Substantial justice is done, and here the benefit to the applicant is obvious in being able to sort of keep the integrity of the site while still constructing a building there. And in granting these requests, it's not outweighed by any harm to the general public or other individuals. The values of surrounding properties aren't diminished. Again, here we're talking about these discrete requests, and I think it's pretty I think it's pretty clear that the values of surrounding properties would not be diminished because of the granting of those. And last, literal enforcement of the ordinance results in unnecessary hardship. And here, again, the special conditions of the property are that wall and the slope of the site. And those distinguish it from other properties in the area such that there's no fair relationship between the purposes of the ordinance as it relates to those provisions and their applications to this property. And last, the proposed use is a reasonable one. I guess the proposed use was residential uses in much of the first floor, but I would think that the proposed use, in my opinion, the proposed use, whether residential on the first floor and the upper floors, or exclusively commercial on the first floor and then a mix on the upper floors, or exclusively residential on the upper floors, would be a reasonable one. So for those reasons, I think we should grant that request.
Okay, thank you. Your second, please.
I think it was a great motion. I concur. The only clarifying thing I would say in terms of my support of the motion and reasons for it is I believe this variance request more directly applies to the physical issues with the property that the applicant outlined and the needs related to it, not necessarily whether it's a commercial versus residential use. I believe the spacing and the height requests could relate to either such uses.
Okay, thank you. Comments on the motion from any board members? All right, with that, we'll move to a vote. The motion is to approve the first variance as described, and again, we are recognizing that the third variance is not required. Ms. Eldridge?
Yes.
Ms. Margeson?
Yes.
Mr. McDonnell?
Yes.
Mr. McDonnell?
Yes.
Mr. Hagaman?
Yes.
Mr. Parrott?
Yes.
And the chair also votes yes. So that variance is approved, 7-0.
Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. All right. All right, it's past 10 o'clock. As we have agreed to, we will intend to continue on. However, that does technically require a vote by the board to suspend the 10 o'clock rule. So is there any such motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we proceed to the next two and push the two forward.
Yeah, we've done that already. I just need to
Okay.
suspend the 10 o'clock rule.
Yes.
Okay. Would you second that?
I second that.
Okay, thank you. We moved in second to suspend the 10 o'clock rule. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the chair agrees. We will continue on with the next two items. So, next up, our first new business item for November. Request is of Richard E. Tully Revocable Trust and Madeline F. Tully Revocable Trust owners for the property located at 194 Madison Street. Relief is needed from the zoning ordinance to convert a single-family dwelling into a two-family dwelling. This requires a variance from section 10.521 to allow a lot area per dwelling unit of 1,219 square feet, where 3,500 is required. This property is shown on Assessor Map 146 as Lot 17 and lies in the General Residence C District. Who is here to speak on behalf of this petition? Please come forward. And I'm presuming it's one of the two of you.
We're hoping it's one of the two.
That's not reassuring.
Anybody?
Oh, no, this is
Did
an
we
easy
scare them
one.
off? Okay.
Anyone on Zoom? Zoom?
One on that.
Can we recall somebody to get?
Okay. Hopefully there wasn't confusion about what our plan was, but perhaps there was. I thought I was pretty explicit. All right, so we have no presenter. We could potentially consider the case, but normally we probably want to postpone this item as well into our December meeting.
I'd move to postpone until our December meeting.
Okay, is there a second?
Second?
Oh,
Oh, somebody here?
yeah, I need a presenter of, I apologize, normally there would be, the property owner would come before us and explain why they were obviously in favor of it. We don't appear to have that person. I apologize. Well, no action has been taken yet, so let us get through this small detail, and we'll let you know. So you have made a motion to postpone to December? All right, and is there a second?
I second it.
Okay, thank you. Just quickly, your motion.
No presenter for the case. We typically allow applicants to present their case before making a determination on it, so I feel we should follow that.
Okay.
Nothing further, I concur.
Okay. Comments on the motion? I will support, and I apologize very much for you. There was some confusion, obviously, this evening. We've had a late night and a lot going on. We did postpone some other items. My impression, I thought we made it clear what was being postponed, what was not. I'm willing to give an applicant a mulligan once.
Hey, wait.
You're willing to give the applicant Chris Mulligan once. So, yeah, and I do feel bad, because the exact reason why we don't like to do this is exactly the position you find yourself in, man, which is that you stayed all night to talk about this item, and now you're going to have to come back later. And I do apologize tremendously for that, because, we're left in this conundrum where we're going to do something unfair to somebody, and I apologize for that, but I will support the motion. So the motion is to postpone to the December meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, all opposed? The chair agrees as well, so we both postpone to it. So I apologize.
December 21st? December 21st?
Really? Are we that late?
Yep.
Holy crap.
Can't we move it to the week before?
I'm sorry? Yeah. We do allow Zoom participation as well, if that might be an option for you, I don't know.
Letter.
Okay. I apologize. Yeah. We're really that late?
Yep.
Okay.
Move it up.
I apologize.
Make a motion to move it to December 14th.
Yeah, no, we can't do that. All right, so,
No, because
absolutely, and normally I don't like to get into this kind of dialogue, but yes, absolutely, you can get anyone to represent you. Another abutter, people hire attorneys, I know that's not cheap, but that is also an alternative. Absolutely.
Would you like, Mr. Chair, do you want to mention a written, if she hasn't provided a written comment? Or?
Yeah, as well. I mean, written commentary is also allowed, but I understand the effectiveness of being in person and making, interactive arguments and whatnot, so.
Well, you wouldn't like it anyway if I said it or wrote it.
Yeah.
It's about parking.
Oh, well.
Oh, no, not the P word.
Nope.
That's not us anymore.
Right. I'm very sorry.
Questions.
I accept your apology.
Thank you. All right. Let's see what our luck is with the next application. All right.
Actually doing next time.
Let me just record this before I forget what we just did. Okay, next up, we have the request of Cyrus B. and Robin B. Noble, owners, for the property located at 15 Mount Vernon Street. Relief is needed from the zoning ordinance to add an addition over an existing garage. This requires variances from section 10.521 to allow a 2 1/2 foot front yard where 5 feet is required, an 8 1/2 foot right side yard where 10 feet is required, a 20-foot rear yard where 25 feet is required, And our favorite variance, the variance from section 10.321 to allow a non-conforming building or structure to be extended, reconstructed, or enlarged without conforming to the requirements of the ordinance. This property is located on Assessor Map 111 as Lot 33 and is in the General Residence B District. Please come forward to speak to this application. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Cyrus Noble. This is actually a proposal that's been approved prior. My wife and I bought the property in last November with the express intention of completing this project, which the prior owners had shepherded through the process, getting approval from this board and the HDC. And when we went and applied for the building permit, we found out that the zoning approval had expired, but not the HDC permit. Neither the prior owners nor our realtor informed us there was that secret zoning approval. So we have gone before the HDC and had the approval, which expired on October 2nd, extended for a year, and I'm here requesting approval of this project that has been prior approval to be reapproved.
Okay, thank you. Just before you go, we may have questions for you. And again, I just want to ultimately, what the board will be judging your application by is this criteria that you have provided information on, that which I think is the same criteria that was provided before. Just anything you want to emphasize, and again, I only bring that up because this is how we will be judging your application.
We're planning on using the same contractor, the same architect, and the same plans. We're not making any changes. We're not trying to expand the footprint. We're just trying to proceed with this project.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the applicant that anyone has? See, I'm sorry, we're not going to let you off that easy. All right. Hearing none, I guess you are good now. Thank you. All right, with that, I will open up the public hearing. It's likely a formality, but we'll do it just the same. Want to make sure, is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor of the petition? No one online.
There's one person, but there.
Anyone wishes to speak in opposition? Final opportunity for public comment, 2, 4, or against? No public comment? I will close the public hearing.
The person watching doesn't happen to be the prior applicant, does it?
Put that out. Yeah.
Too late.
Too late. Okay. All right, board. Kind of unusual situation here. I personally remember when this came before us and some of the discussion we had that ultimately led to the prior approval. I do know, I will note that, had a request come in before this board, it could have been extended 1 year, which would have covered this time frame. I actually do have one question for you. Your HDC approval, is that still valid, or do you have to go back before them as well?
We already have gone back before them, and
Okay.
that has been approved.
Okay, all right.
Had we known that this expired in July, we would have applied for the building permit in the spring.
Yeah, okay.
Who is the alternate on this case?
Oh, sorry. Let's see. It looks like Ms. Eldridge will be the voting member, Ms. Eldridge will not be.
Okay.
Doing my tic-tac-toe here.
Yeah, right.
Excellent question. Thoughts? Motion?
I would move to approve as presented and advertised.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Your motion, please?
Okay, well, I mean, this is pretty straightforward. We've seen this project before and approved it, and fairly certainly approved it unanimously 2 years ago, or whenever we did that. And I don't see that anything material has changed in that neighborhood that would affect this project, or would change my mind, at least. So just to address the criteria, granting the variance would not be contrary to the public interest, nor would it be contrary to the spirit of the ordinance. The essential characteristics of the neighborhood as a residential neighborhood would not be changed in any way by what's proposed here. It's essentially a vertical expansion over an existing nonconformity, and it won't affect the health, safety, and welfare of the public in any significant way. Substantial justice will be done. This is where the benefit to the applicant, if we grant the variance, far outweighs any loss to the public if we were to require strict conformance. There's already a pre-existing nonconformity on this property, and this simply expands this property, expands the nonconformity vertically, but doesn't materially change any of the nonconformities. So I think substantial justice will be done. Values of surrounding properties will not be diminished. To the contrary, I think this will increase values of the surrounding properties. This will be a significant investment and upgrade to this property, which will raise the values of surrounding properties. Finally, literal enforcement of the ordinance results in an unnecessary hardship. Here, I think the unique characteristics of this property are the existing or pre-existing nonconformities, the sort of false facade on the front of the garage, which really doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but was designed in for whatever reason. Those are special conditions of the property that distinguish it from others in the neighborhood. Also, I think a special condition of this property is that we granted the relief that's being requested here very recently, which is not something we see every day, obviously. Those are special conditions of the property that distinguish it from others in the neighborhood, such that the strict application of there's no fair and substantial relationship between the strict application of the setback requirements and their application to this particular property. It's a reasonable use. It's a residential use in a residential zone, so it meets all the criteria, and we should approve it.
Okay, thank you. Your second, please, Mr. Parrott.
I concur entirely and have nothing further.
Okay. Comments on the motion from any board members? Yep. Mr. McDonnell, go ahead.
I intend to support this because we voted for it not long ago, and the only thing that happened between then and now is the approval inadvertently expired and it didn't get renewed. So nothing else has changed. We can just vote this again and have done with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I would concur in the sense also that it's a new owner. Obviously, sometimes things do get lost in the translation, and we understand that, there's kind of a unique set of circumstances where you had an almost expiring approval, a new owner, and just not that full understanding of dates and timeframes that they had to comply to. So, all right. Any other comments? All right. With that, we'll move to a vote. The motion is to approve. Mr. Mulligan?
Yes.
Ms. Margeson?
Yes.
Mr. McDonnell?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Hagaman?
Yes.
Mr. Parrott?
Yes.
And the chair also votes yes. You are approved.
Thank you. You ended on an easy one.
Sorry, you
That
took so
ugly
long.
facade was a
Sliding
sliding
door.
barn door.
Yeah.
Glad they sided over that.
Doesn't make it right.
Accidentally recycle things that were postponed.
All right.
Motion, Mr. Chair, may I make a motion to adjourn?
You may. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Any opposed? And the chair votes aye as well. We are adjourned. Thank you.